brave don't go past thorn and ash and snow. Maps are burned, but we don't slow. We fight for tales untold, bound forevermore. Boots hit the ground like war, shields clash, we beg for more. Hearts like thunder, breath like flame, call our names, ignite the lore. We're bound forevermore. We're bound forever. No crown, no guide, no peace, just storm winds off the east. Dragons sleep beneath our feet. We sing through shattered teeth, bound forevermore. Scars are the map we wore, march till we find the core. Eyes like fire, fists like stone, no way back, no second door. We're bound forevermore. One step, all in. One spark, begin. No gods, just kin. This war we win. Final double down. Bound forevermore. This is the song, the roar. Legends carved into the floor. Voice to echo, blade to ring. We're the myth they waited for. We're bound forevermore. We're bound forevermore. No way back, no second door. We're bound forevermore. One step, all in. One spark, begin. No gods, just Ken. This war we win. Final double down. Bound forevermore. This is the song, the roar. Legends carved into the floor. Voice to echo, blade to ring. We're the myth they waited for. We're bound forevermore. We're bound forevermore. Come close, ye souls, both brave and brash, and hear the ghosts of the Saltmarsh mud. Fog rolls deep on the haunted tide. The Saltmarsh calls, no place to hide. A shipwreck looms, her sails like bone. The sea won't let her rest alone. Shadows dance round the lantern light. Bones and gold in the dead of night. Raise the flag and sound the bell. Ghosts of the Saltmarsh rise and swell. Storm and sea won't break our vow. We chase the past, we live for now. Whoa, whoa. A captain lost, his soul unchained. His whispers ride the wind and rain. They say his treasure still remains, buried deep beneath the waves. Shadows dance round the lantern light. Bones and gold in the dead of night. Raise the flag and sound the bell. Ghosts of the Saltmarsh rise and swell. Storm and sea won't break our vow. We chase the past, we live for now. Whoa, whoa. The tide it takes, the tide it gives, but none return, no soul forgives. Dead men tell no tales, they say, yet in the Saltmarsh they find a
Welcome to Stronghold Gaming, everybody. Last week, the party uncovered some damning evidence about slavery in a small, peaceful coastal town of Saltmarsh. Enraged and disgusted by what they discovered, they boarded a mysterious vessel known as the Ghost to track down more evidence and bring the suspected Galen Primewater to justice. Let's see what happens tonight. We're missing a few players. They may be joining later, depending on time, but we'll see. Hopefully, we won't kill them in the meantime. So my name's Pete, I'm the DM for this session, and I'm just going to go around and just do a quick introduction of just characters, just say who your character is. It's really simple because Gary doesn't have to talk much then. So we'll start off with Tim.
Bonjour, Antoine Hussard, playing a sorcerer with some cool meta magic.
Okay, Gary.
I'm Gary, playing Albasore, the bard.
And Kira.
Oh, already.
And we lost her. See, she ran away. She's way worse than me.
Did I drop again?
We didn't
Oh,
hear
you're
that,
back.
Kira.
You're fine.
So where we left it last week, we'll carry on the won't do a recap this time just because we're in the middle, just finished combat, and there's only 3 players here, and one wasn't here last week. And I feel it's quite being mean to Tim and Gary to pick on them, at least at this early stage. Where we left last week, 2 weeks ago, was you had just boarded the Ghost. You had just been doing some swashbuckling shenanigans with the captain. There were some rules being used and abused, and I got a lot of shit, and I just hand waved it, and we carried on, and it was good fun. So, combat has just ended. The deck of the Ghost is now quiet, with pirates and captains all, let's just say that they're not breathing anymore. They've been put to justice. What's the plan at the moment? Lily, just I will add for you. You have just boarded on a little rowboat on your own, just so you are there. Otherwise, it'd be a bit of a boring half an hour, 45 minutes whilst these guys are on the boat and you're sipping margaritas with baking some bread. So, Lily just arrives just as Rebecca and Bove go to investigate one of the rooms in the stern. So you 3 are there. There's lots of dead bodies on the top of the Ghost at the moment, and I can't remember who actually finished off the captain in the end. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Rebecca.
Yep. So Rebecca's going through.
She was climbing up the mast and smoked him.
Yep. There was proper swashbuckling going on. They were up and down the rigging. They were doing some. It was good fun. No matter what the other players say, Kira, it was good fun. The rules were fine. Okay. Okay. So
Something
let's
about
go around the
Gary diving headfirst into an acidic slime.
No, that was the fun bit. It was more the what's the end of the stream? There was some like mechanical shenanigans
his captain
going on.
used a bonus action to do like multiple full-fledged actions. It was amazing.
Very bad.
It was good fun. It was theatric. Okay, so I'll go around the table and start with Tim. What do you guys want to do on the deck of the Ghost?
If I'm on the deck and I see a lantern coming towards the boat, I'll be like, "Oh, this must be Lily. She was up, help doing the flashing with the lantern to get the Ghost to come to shore. Hello, it is a safe boat now." And then I'll kind of swing around and I'll check. Since doing the nautical things, is this thing still shipworthy? Like, or do we now have a boat? So
actually, give me let me think. Give me a survival check.
Okay, I'm pretty terrible at that. Let's see.
That's why you were an officer in the Navy.
Yeah. Oh, that's a 3. Okay, that's pretty good.
To be honest,
my eye from putting in the war just a minute ago, the La Guerre, and I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna lose a round here trying to get the salt out of my eyes.
You look around. The rigging looks reasonably okay. There doesn't look to be too much damage on it. From your experienced eyes as a sailor, you're pretty sure that you would tell people to do the rigging again because they've got it round the wrong way. But to be honest, you're not sure if that's just the way they do these boats away from the Navy. But the rigging doesn't look as organized and as methodical as you would expect it to be. But that might just be your naval background kicking in.
Zutalar, who's the crew? A bunch of chimpanzees? This is terrible.
It could also be that your role, you don't realize what rope is anymore. But that's something to do with it. We'll deal with that later. That's fine. Okay, Al, what's your plan? You see Tim getting, you see him looking very sort of upset at the rope for some reason, but it looks like rope.
Yes. I guess I'm gonna start searching bodies, see if anybody's got any good fishing gear or other things that other people might find useful.
Yeah, of course. Give me an investigation check, please.
It's literally my worst.
Well, it's not my fault.
Oh.
You've asked for that, and that's the
Actually,
skill.
rolled good. That's a 17 plus 1, 18. That's pretty not bad.
What'd you find there, Albacore?
And what did I find?
On the dead bodies, you're finding majority of just little trinkets and little small things. The odd rabbit's foot, the odd little keepsake, because most of these pirates are quite superstitious people. One thing you do notice is that on the captain, you do notice that there is a key around his neck on a chain.
I'll take it.
In clay.
And Lily, you managed to get on board. You managed to pull up on board. You see that they must have had a pretty jolly time without you on this boat. But everyone seems to be in one piece. There's, mind you, a few little people that are probably a little bit worse for wear, but not too bad. So what does
everybody.
Lily want to do?
Sorry, I had a catering emergency, but I brought everybody baguettes.
As soon as you hand me the baguette, I actually had one for you that I got for the last time we were in there. I was like, oh, okay, a baguette exchange.
Oh, she froze again.
She froze again.
Either that or
These
she's
things will
really
happen.
mute.
Good old live oak.
Okay, we'll carry on and we'll see what if she rejoins in a second. Over the next couple of minutes, you manage to go through the deck. You manage to sort of make sure that everything's on there. What are you doing with the dead bodies?
Ooh. I will maybe for evidence and the justice, the proof of them being dead. I love the kill of Kara's face right now. She's having a great time. don't anybody clip this. Oh my gosh,
Try this.
you're so happy to see me.
Try this. Lily's about to die. God, she's still laughing about it.
Is this Tasha's great laughters? Yeah, maybe we
Yeah, so you're gonna keep the bodies.
We keep them on the ice or something.
Well, there's no ice on the ship, but you put them in a room for now. You can sort that out at a later date. What do you guys want to do? You're currently on the deck. There's a number of floors in this boat. Do you two want to go around together and just sort of clear a few things and see if there's anything of interest?
We kind of got to see what's going on. There might be slaves locked up in a cage somewhere or something.
Very fair, sure. Okay.
I think our cameras are about to go wonky.
That's fine. We'll sort them out.
Yeah.
If they go wonky, they go wonky. We'll deal with that as we go.
It never messes me up.
She's getting it all reset with Sam with Live Oak and everything, so it's all good.
I love it when the sessions start out like this, then it like really ends really good. So let's just keep it real SpaghettiOs.
Okay, so
oh my goodness.
Let's go through a few things. And so in the main deck that you're on at the moment, there are some rooms and I apologize for all you nautical people out there. I'm calling it the front and the back because I get confused with things. So the front of the boat, there's a number of rooms. So first room you find is, as you walk into this room, a distinctive odor about this room reminds you of a marsh or a swamp. Not fetid, not oppressive, but certainly noticeable.
Ew.
In the center of this area is a wooden table, bolted to the desk, and a table sits around there. In the gloom, you can see 3 hammocks, and a small chest of some sort lies undermost the eastern hammock.
You have the key to the chest?
I
Look,
do. Here you go.
just the two. Wait, it's just the two of us? What?
Just the
what could
two of us.
possibly happen? This is fantastic.
What could possibly go wrong?
I shake the box to see if there's a trap in it. Of course.
As you shake it, you hear clunking, as in like glass hitting each other, and you hear. No, that's it. You just hear some glass sort of chinking together.
Ooh. Albacore, and I'll open up right in Al's face. What is the prize?
The key doesn't fit this lock.
Oh. Do I have thieves' tools?
Oh, I do. Why do I
Sweet.
have these tools?
Oh, and I'm sure you're proficient in those. Winkety wink, wink, wink.
Yeah. I don't know where I got them. Well, I have proficiency, but I don't look like I have any in my inventory.
Oh.
Yeah, if you've got proficiency, you'd have had them as part of you're an urchin, aren't you? Background, so you probably get that as them.
Okay. No, my background's Wayfarer.
Oh, okay. I got it.
You're being
the one
too honest.
That's what I do.
So I'll let you have
anyways,
them. I'll let you have them because I don't mind for this. So
Okay. Like, I got these little pick thingies. Let me see if I can. I just start.
Oh,
kinda
those are for your
jiggling around in there.
cuticles.
okay. So what are you doing? You're just trying to unpick it, are you?
Trying to open it. Yeah.
Okay. Give me a sleight of hand. Actually, give me a thief tools check with dexterity. So you're proficient plus your dexterity.
I'll hold
A
the
nat
lantern.
20. That's gonna be pretty good.
Nice. So you sit there.
So,
You start to try to unlock it. You start to look at that, and you realise that the chest wasn't locked in the first place.
hey, I got it.
Oh, hey, welcome back. Hey, we picked the
so
lock. Oops,
It
frozen.
looks unlocked at the moment. So what are you doing?
Open that bad
Can I have a
boy.
dexterity saving throw from you, please?
Hell yeah. 15.
Hello?
You got a 15.
15? Okay, cool. You manage to just move your hand out of the way as a dart shoots out, and as it hits the ceiling above you, you see it's got like a green ichor as it starts to drop out of the. But luckily, you managed to avoid it. You didn't get hit. So
Like, oh, that was close,
poison.
and I'll just look down into the chest.
Okay, in the chest there is a silver jug that's it's a glass jug with silver inlay and 2 silver and glass goblets.
Oh,
You reckon, from what you've seen here, they look pretty well made, but you reckon they're worth about 25 gold pieces.
Total.
ooh, those are very fancy. We could sell these for our services.
Okay, at the when you move the silver jug out the way and you move it at the bottom of the chest, you find 10 electrum ingots.
Oh,
Okay, just for a bit of history here, because you guys are from a civilized nation. Electrum is a metal that is generally used by the monstrous folk of the realms for their buyings and sellings and various things. It's not something that you generally trade in civilized society. However, you look at these, you know that these are trade bars and they would be worth about 100 electrum pieces each. And there's 10 of them.
Wait, there's 10. Okay, there's 10 pieces, and they're worth 100 electrum each.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to do. I don't know what to do with those things. I've never had electric coins before. Very, very fancy. We're gonna have like somebody smarter than us tell us how to use these. It's
Okay. So in front of you, there's a door in front of you here, which goes to a store. So two coiled lengths of rope and 3 rolls of sailcloth on the deck side to the large box. A large wooden cask sits next to 6 lengths of wooden planking. Obviously repairs in case the ship needs some work whilst it's out. Set into the wooden rack fastened to the bulkhead by the door are 2 metal-sized hammers, 2 wooden mallets, and 2 saws and adze. There's an opening about 3 feet square with its lower edge about 7 feet above the deck to the other bulkhead. So it's basically just a room to the left. As you look through there, you see that is some more stores, and in here are hunks of meat, large ham, string of sausages. They're using it looks as like a galley store type area in that area. And the only other room in the front of the ship is a small ship's galley. It's a metal crude stove not lit, leans against the hull. It has an adjustable chimney that can be placed through a vent hole in the side of the ship. Next to the stove is an open metal bin containing sticks of kindling and various things. Hanging from the hooks is 2 sets of frying pans, some skillets, and some saucepans. Doesn't look like this has been used today, but it looks like it's a ship's galley. And into the right-hand side of here in the room, you find a small stairs, actually a small ladder that goes down into the hold.
we're going in.
Oh,
Should we do the 2 cartoon head pokes down? We'll do the both of our heads peek. You go one way, I go the other. And I'll dangle the lantern.
Yep.
Yoo-hoo!
There's still 2. Just say this is the front of the ship. There's still 2 rooms to the rear of the ship that you haven't been on this floor, but we'll come back to them in a minute. Okay. Just keeping you in the loop so you know what's happening. As you go down the stairs, various unpleasant odors of humanoid occupation in this room. These are the crew's quarters filled the entire floor of this deck.
Things like
The
the
companion
English
staircase. French. Around the perimeter of this cabin, slung between the hooks and the bulkhead and supporting poles, are 8 hammocks. Judging by the way in which they hang, the hammocks seem to be unoccupied at present. Well, yeah, because you killed everybody. Beneath each hammock is a brass-bound wooden sea chest. Most are closed, but 2 have open lids and appear to contain clothes. At the center of this cabin, a long, plain wooden table with a bench along each of its sides. They appear to have been bolted to the deck in an attempt to keep everything in place. This table is stained, clustered in an untidy pile of dirty tin plates and cups. It looks like they're not the most best at housekeeping, are these pirates? Who would have thought it, eh?
Angleterre. And I'll pop down and just start like searching around. Oh yeah, these guys are pretty stinky. Well, we could get this place into ship shape. You know, you could make this a boat. There's so much bait around, you know? We could call it like the master baiter. It'd be great. Let's go.
Okay. There's one door out of this room into the middle of the floor. Do you wish to go through it?
Yeah, but we're gonna be real sneaky this time. I think we've gotten a little bit too lucky. Let's listen.
Okay, you're listening, all right? Okay. You hear creaking and wood hitting each other. Like slightly
I'm just
tapping.
gonna walk in.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, Al. Okay.
Lantern light reveals an orderly cargo hold. Although the center runs the base of the mast, beside it, narrow wooden stairs lead up to the hatch above. Against the aft bulkhead, and stacked bolts of cloth lashed to ropes are. Yeah, this compared to the crew's quarters, this looks impeccably put together and ordered and maintained. So this looks like they care more about their cargo than they do the crew. So at the back of here, there is two doors, one to the port and one to the starboard. Which one do you want to go in first?
Right's always right. Port.
Okay.
Starboard. Wait, that's left. No.
Doesn't matter. You go into one of the rooms. This cabin occupies half the stern section of the deck, with one bulkhead running along the center line of the ship. Along this bulkhead leading to the direction of the bow, a single bunk, the bed lined with heaps in a pile, is set against the hull. This obviously looks like an officer's type deck. This looks like it's a private room. It's not the captain's room. It doesn't look like. In the center of the cabin is a plain wooden table bolted to the deck, as if on it there are two books, one open and one propped against the other. Besides the table is a wooden chair. 13, just make sure I'm looking at the right one for this one. 13, yep. Okay, and in here, as you are entering this room, thump, thump, thump. And after a little bit of time looking around, you hear again, thump, 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 and it's coming from the back wall to the stern of the ship.
Oh, there's a secret door. Hang on a second. I detect secret door. You see that up, Corey? You can do these sorcerer things too. You hear it?
That was amazing.
So how are you detecting secret door?
I just heard the wall. But now I'll start searching. It must be here somewhere.
Can I have a perception check? Can I have a perception check from you, please?
Okay. Ooh. Well, it's way better than a 2. It's a 4, so a 6.
Twice as good.
Yeah, as you're looking around, the back wall seems to be put together really well, but as you put your hands on it, you are hearing the thump coming from behind it. But with that roll, you cannot find the way into this pit at all.
Corey, it's got magical wards against it. I can't seem to find it. Maybe you should do it.
I'm gonna climb up on the bed and just kind of like jumping on the bed, trying to see if I can see anything.
Okay. Can I have a perception check from you as well, please?
Absolutely.
We gotta fire this die. It's either real low or real high.
15.
Yep, fine. Okay. Moving the bed linen around, you start to see some holes in the bottom. As you put your hand in, as you start to pull, you see where there was there's no lines in these planks before. As you start to move it, they sort of creep up. This is an expertly put in secret door. It's probably why Tony couldn't actually find it, but Al, with that roll, you managed to find it easily.
Wow, mustache guy, you were right. How did you know? It's right here.
Hey, the
You're
magic.
amazing.
So as you manage to open the secret door, you discover a small, damp chamber, barely 6 feet square. Huddled in the corner, bound hand and foot with rough rope, is a middle-aged. As you start to look, looks like a very slightly pale blue elf. Once fine, but now stained and torn. Mark him as a merchant or a person of means. His face is gaunt from hunger and dehydration, but his eyes burn with desperate as he sees you. He's got his mouth gagged, and he's just been banged to the side.
Hi, I'm Al. I'm gonna run in there and start cutting him loose.
Yeah,
What's your name?
I'm going to.
Oh, you can't talk with that thing in your mouth. Let me help. I'll take the gag off.
As he starts to talk, you recognize as his hair falls away, you see that he's got slightly pointy ears. So he looks like he's a sea elf of some kind, just to sort of give you a bit of that sort of stuff. My name's Oceanus Proudwater, merchant of Baldur's Gate, blessed of Timora. I thought I'd die in here. How long? I must have been in prison for so long. Days.
Well, at least
felt
for
like
15 minutes. It'll been at least 15 minutes.
Oh, he's been in here for days. I thought I was going to go insane.
You look hungry.
You must hear what I
give him some of my
you
food.
must. He scoffs it down and drinks some water. I was captured whilst investigating strange activities by my trading consortium. but these weren't common pirates. They had organized. They were they had backing and everything. Drink some more water.
Hey, that sounds like
I
the
heard
pirates
them-
that used to run this ship. We killed them.
Oh,
Hey,
well, amazing. I heard them talking with creatures. I'm not sure what they were, but they sounded like from what I could hear through the wall, but they spoke our tongue really poorly, like basic language, kind of like children learning to speak. They would say things like, "Oh, what's it? Oh," he pauses, gets another swig of water.
delicious.
Is it like?
Oh,
It's like, we want sharp metal for hunt. You give us sword sticks. We give you shiny rocks. Their speech was broken, primitive, but to be honest, the pirates seemed to understand them enough that they were negotiating some type of weapons for some kind of ship payment. They
Wonder if
kept
that
on
was the
mentioning.
hobgoblin.
I'm not sure. They kept on mentioning deep water hunting and soft skins who swim. I fear they meant people, perhaps like maybe the folk of Saltmarsh or someone like that around this area.
well, hey, slow down, dude. Why don't you take some snacks and some lovely snacks in the waters, and I'll heal you with my battle medic styles, and I'll start patching him up like you. I mean, let's put him in the captain's quarters.
Hey,
I'll go get Lily. She's upstairs. She doesn't know what's happening. You take care
He
of
knows
that.
how to heal people.
I was,
Lily's
was
always had.
slaying an unseen demon. I think it was called the Live Oak Demon. So if anybody ever wants to know whether live oak fiber is worth it,
No. Well, we have electrum. I don't know what live oak fibers are, but we found a lot of electrum.
is that money?
That's what the
Monster
deal. I
money.
mean, that's what the thing in my head says.
Okay, for a bit of history, you know
Oh, she
that
froze
they're
again.
at the.
Oh, she's gonna be extra mad this time.
She's going to be really pissed. You know that Lily's not a barbarian this time round, don't you?
She's about to rage.
Or you.
Mm.
Do you think her phone connected to her broadband? She hasn't turned the Wi-Fi off on her phone. That's what it is. Right. Okay.
Oh, there she is.
She's back.
No, she's raging. She's raging.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find my
Well,
phone so I can
suffer
tether to
one
that.
exhaustion.
We were just saying that Lily's not a barbarian in this one, so she's got to remain calm and collect and.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lily is calm and collected. Kara is about to throw a freaking router.
Yeah. We'll be downstairs doing the searching. You keep trying to sail the boat. Okay,
so what I was
so the
gonna say
guy
to you,
is healing.
Just to let you know that there is obviously you have copper pieces, silver pieces, gold pieces, and platinum pieces, and everybody knows what they are worth because if you don't,
Okay.
you need shooting. Basically, an electrum piece is half a gold piece.
Got it.
But it's only if you try to use this in like a standard place that doesn't usually deal with electrum pieces, they probably won't touch it. It's
Gotcha.
kind of like monstrous money, but it is something that is valuable still. Just generally they won't give you the full value because they've got to go and get it traded in somewhere to do it. So that's what electrum pieces are. So
Oceanus. Oh, go ahead, sir.
yeah, so Oceanus, yes, go on.
No, I mean, let's see. Where were you? When were you? Where were you at when you were abducted by these real sea douches?
Well, I was on the docks of Baldur's Gate,
Okay.
investigating some cargo that had been going missing from my shipments, and it looks like, yeah, I've just been in here for feels like forever.
And then you heard, and no offense, Albacore, people that talk like children, but like better, like worse than my buddy over here.
Oh, he speaks. I could understand him fine. This was very broken,
Oh, like
very
baby
childlike.
kids.
Yeah,
Okay.
very was as if it wasn't their primary language, but they were talking to it to converse with the pirates.
Jeez. Well,
But they were successful. They managed to. They said they were on boat to buy, putting 2 to 2 together weapons.
where would they be buying
But they were
weapons
here.
from?
The pirates. The pirates were bringing the weapons here for them to be sold. You must have just from the. They were on the ship a few hours ago.
Oh. Well, those dudes in the cave we were just at, they are dead. Also, that is where we were just at. I'll point at Al. Shoot. Oh, we don't know. We don't have anybody alive to come with us. Well, the captain's logs. A BRB. And I'll just like run towards. Oh no, we lost a Lily again.
She was frozen for a while.
Oh,
Okay, so on this room, you go back to the first officer's mess, which is the first officer's chambers, which you were just in. There's a door that you go back to the hold. There is some stairs up, and there are a door to the other side of the ship, just like there was when you were on the main deck. So do you want to go across to the other side of the deck first? The other side.
Ooh-wee.
Okay, so in this room you find. In this one, you find in the center of the cabin lies a plain wooden table. Also hanging from the ceiling in the aft end of the cabin is a large cage that holds a parrot. Apparently, the parrot's gone to sleep. Next to the hull hangs an unoccupied hammock. This looks like must be like a lower levels, like a bosun's cabin or something like that, because it's not as finely furnished as the one you were just in. But it does look very similar. In fact, it's exactly the same size as the room that you were in a minute ago.
I'll try to search for evidence, or maybe say, "Hello, Mr. Parrot. Are you friendly? Do you speak Farunian?"
Give me a perception check.
Oh boy.
And you as well, Al.
Hey, this is better than a 4. It's a 6. I'm working my way up from a 2 to a 4 to a 6.
17.
Hell yeah.
17.
Al.
Okay. As you are looking around, the parrot wakes up and you hear pieces of 8, pieces of 8, as parrots always got to say in pirate movies. As you are looking around, Al, with your more perceptive nature, you're like, this room's exactly the same size as the room that we're just in. Turn to the right, there's no door, and you look around where the secret door on the other side was, but lo and behold, you find another secret door going into the rear of the ship. As you sort of click and you
Look, mustache
move.
guy, you were right. There's rooms in all these secret doors.
It's called the Arcana.
You are really good at this stuff.
Okay, this cramped area, again 6 feet wide at its widest, is sandwiched between the adjacent cabin and the ship's stern. It contains 8 large, irregularly shaped bundles wrapped in oilskin and bound with light rope. These are piled at random on the deck as though thrown in casually from the doorway.
Yeah.
Pull them out and take a gander.
So as you get the first one out, you hear clinking of metal, and you recognize there's 8 bundles here, and they look like they're a collection of morning stars, longsword, shields, javelin.
Bingo bango. We found the weapons that he's talking about. Oh, Oceanus. He's telling the truth.
He seemed like a
So
good guy.
Yeah, I like him.
So what you found so far is you found the weapons. You potentially have found the money that they were going to be buying the weapons with.
But they had all the weapons. Wait,
Yeah.
they're doing pirate stuff. They're not selling. Oh, they just take it. These guys are real jerks. Okay, wait.
How you getting on, Lily? Have you slayed that demon?
For now, and if I can keep the cat demon off, then I might be settled for a bit.
Oh, well done. Okay, so on your floor, you go into. I'm just going to go into you go to one of the rooms because otherwise Lee doesn't do anything, and that's no fun for anybody. So this seems to be one of the master's cabins you walk into. Its furnishings are of good quality, and the place is tidy. A polished wooden table stands at the center, which has been bolted to the deck, which seems a common occurrence on these boats. All the furnishings are bolted so they don't cause injury in case of when the boat moves. On the table is a silver bowl containing an assortment of fruit. Set into the table are 2 upright wooden chairs and a padded leather chair. On the deck towards the stern is a wooden brass-bound chest. Beside it are a pair of highly polished black leather boots. From the center of the ceiling over the table hangs an unlit lantern.
Okay. Can I look inside the chest?
Of course you can. As you start to the chest, you start to open it. Luckily, in this one, there's no trap in this one, so it's quite nice like that. However, this chest contains clothing, a small leather purse containing 25 gold, and a small scroll. As you start to look at the scroll, you recognize it as arcane writings. It makes no sense to you at all as a cleric. You're like, this looks like scribbles of an arcane type person. You don't know what it is, so you just put it back together.
Okay. I'm just gonna scoop all of that up and go find my compatriots.
Nice. So as you're there, coming up from the stairs below are Al and Anton. And following them is a very, very disheveled, dehydrated sea elf in just a pair of tatty trousers.
Look,
As
mustache guy found this guy. He was hiding inside of a wall. Mustache guy's really good at finding invisible doors. We would have never known they were there, but he spotted them easy.
Yeah, it was very non-consensual hiding, I would say. He was one of their captives. He's from Baldur's Gate, but he might need your aid, Lily. He's a bit famished.
If I pull up my spells.
Oh wait, you brought the baguettes.
Yeah, I'll
And
just
go
I'll
like,
give him one of the baguettes.
yeah, I was like, oh, there he is.
Nice. As you go into the last room that you've not been into on this floor, this cabin is clean. The furniture is in good repair. A single bunk made with fresh bed linen has its head against the bulkhead running along the central line of the ship next to a wooden partition. A writing desk is set in the hull of the stern and it has a drawer on each side and 3 trays on top. Also on the desk is just in front of the trays is an inkwell sunken into the desk, 2 quill pens, a small knife, and a pewter container. Against the hull, this obviously bears resemblance of a captain's quarters. There is a bearskin rug on the deck.
Dibs.
What? You can take the bearskin rug if you want to take the bearskin rug, or are you dibsing the room?
Dibsing the room. Just kidding. Dibsing the room, but as a joking.
Okay. So as you are looking at the writing desk, you do notice that on the right hand side, the 2 drawers they've got a keyhole on them.
Maybe this is where the key goes.
This is it. We've been
running
waiting
over.
to use this.
Okay, as you put it in, you hear a click, as if this key was made perfectly for this lock. Shocking.
Hey, I'm gonna move my hand real quick just in case there's a dart.
Yeah, very explodey desk.
Nope. This one's no chaps on this one.
Was it in
Never
the
be
desk?
safe.
Okay, again, in this area, you first of all, in openness, you find 2 red potions.
Ooh. Gatorade.
They look remarkably like a potion of healing. Because we all know potions of healing are in identical little vials that all look the same, just to make it easier for adventurers.
Yeah.
You also find a third vial of a blue liquid.
Ah, yes. The ocean.
In the next drawer, you find a small map that you can see that this was looks like there's a cross on it. And actually, with your naval background, Anton, can I have we've got a nature check, please?
Here we go. Shooting for anything higher than an 8. Come on.
You're not rolling well today. You're not rolling well.
Stop. And I believe my nature, that's going to be not as good as you might think it's going to be. That's a 9.
Okay. You look
Sorry,
at this.
buddy. Sorry. Sometimes the dice does these things.
It happens, but you have studied the maps of this area quite a lot since you've been here and looking at the various tidal areas, trying to figure out what was happening. You recognize the coastline as the Saltmarsh coastline, and you see that you see that it's a very well prepared. This is a professional cartographer that has done this map. As you move it across, there's another crude map underneath that indicates like a cross and rendezvous RP put next to it for a rendezvous. It's about 10 miles southwest of the town of Saltmarsh, which you know is near the tidal marshes, near the marshes outside by Daggerford. Also, when you also find a folded parchment sealed with red wax that has been broken.
Okay.
This seal bears a familiar mark, a ship with a coin designed that immediately brings the symbol of Galen Primewater to mind. However, it does look slightly different. The seal, looking closer at the wax seal, you notice. Actually, give me some investigation checks, both of you. Actually, all three of you can give me investigation checks whilst you're looking over.
Hey, it's an 11. I'm moving up.
Well
This
done.
is great.
It's moving up.
Investigation, which is a plus
yeah.
0. I want to keep
What did you get,
picking
Al?
all the things I'm bad at.
4.
I got a whole
What did you
9.
get, Lily? Nice, well done, guys. So, looking closer at this, the ships, compared to obviously you have seen Galen's common merchant mark. You've seen it all over the barrels and the chests and the crates in the caverns that you just were in. These look really similar, but there's slight differences in the ship's cell. Looks a little bit of a smaller, looks like a bit of a star on it, which wasn't on the warehouse barrels. The coin, the profile of the picture looks like it's the other way around. You're like, this looks, it doesn't feel right. It looks different. And also, there's tiny letters GP are worked into the rope border of the design. With that roll, Anton, and you've worked on ships before and you've done various things. 2 things come to mind. Either this is a forgery and this isn't Galen Primewater's seal, or this is a personal seal of Galen rather than the mercantile seal of Galen. So it's got similarities, but it's a little bit different.
I need to check my notes. Salt blocks, Galen. Where have we seen this guy?
However, the letter stays. Captain Ravik, the merchandise we discussed is ready for transport. By the way, I'll copy this into our chat so you don't have to write it down because I'm nice like that. The merchandise we discussed is ready for transport. Ensure the special cargo remains healthy. Damaged goods face poor prices. The usual precautions apply: minimal food, just enough water, and keep them separated to avoid collaboration. Your payment remains as agreed. 50 gold per head delivered breathing, nothing for corpses. The buyers expect at least a dozen. Do not disappoint. Destroy
This
this
guy's a real
message
Prince
once.
Charming.
Yeah.
Destroy this message once read. Future correspondence will arrive through my manservant, Skerrin.
I immediately burned the letter. Oh, shoot! Just kidding.
I like grab his hand just real fast.
I take
And the
everything super
initials-
literal.
And the initials at the bottom of this are GP.
Okay. So Mr. Galen, we should probably have a little chat with. Private chat.
So, this looks like it's been handwritten. This looks like it's stuff. So, is there anything you wish to do with this note? Is there any more further investigation? Is there any more things you want to look for?
We want to protect the note. It's important. And the whole ship there's no ship logs. We got and I show the guys the map. I'll be like, it looks like they've got their, luckily, I understand what, rendezvous is, but they're.
You look like, this looks like that there's only a page on the desk that mentions a few things, but it's as if they're trying to their best to not keep a trail on this ship of what's been happening.
Got it.
However, this looks like that they were looking at bringing goods to Saltmarsh, taking goods from Saltmarsh. Very loose, just on this one page. They don't mention what the goods are. They don't mention where the locations are. But you've got a map that shows that they were by the swamps for their rendezvous point. But you know from this that who were they meeting? You don't know at this point. You know that they were.
Amongst the three of us, it appears, based on what I'm thinking, and you guys can help me out, they were taking these guys to the south to sell to the people that don't speak so well. Obviously, there's some sort of creatures in the marsh to the south. What I don't understand is if they were buying and selling weapons, right? Why do they have the money and the weapons? That's where I'm confused. So that part, confused. But they're bringing a dude to the south. That looks like they were picking up some weapons from here or something, right? Like this is an exchange point. And then to the south is another exchange point.
Maybe the weapons are a cover. So if they ever get boarded by somebody, the weapons look like, hey, this is our legitimate cargo that we are shipping. Please do not look further for the human trafficking below decks.
The weapons were
also
hidden inside the secret room, same as the prison.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the one that's supposed to be found. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if the cops pull this boat over, they're like, yeah, you do not chill, no matter where they're looking. Well, okay.
Maybe there was more money coming, and they just still have some on hand from the last deal.
Yeah, so like a first bank of piracy. You know, they didn't make their deposit yet.
Yeah.
There's another dude.
You know, if you were looking at those items and you were looking at selling them, you reckon that you would be there? Probably. How much is a long sword worth these days? Just so I can get a rough idea.
10 GP. It's like 10, I think. Yeah. While he's looking that up, if we bring this boat back.
But sorry, a long sword is 15 gold pieces, and you know there's 10 of them. There's 10 morning stars, 20 javelins. You're looking at probably over 1,000 or so of gold in weapons.
And we've only got 1,000.
They're all
whatever.
I've got an idea. Since we're missing a Bove right now. And we could do Bove being a real good guard and a real strong guy. What if we bring this boat back to the Saltmarsh, Bob's your uncle on old Galen, right? He's gonna be like, I'm out of here, bro. So do we moor this boat where it's currently moored very well by the pirates? We go back into the caves and we go talk to Anders and say, Shh, hey, Anders, go arrest or bring Galen to the council rooms. We got a quick, cool message to talk to him about. And then we come back and then we bring the boat in, right? Should we tell Anders without the boat, is what I'm saying. And then, hey, Anders, what do you want us to do? We caught all this shit. We bring evidence, enough of it. Oceanus can rest, eat all the baguettes and drink the waters. And then, you know what I mean? We talk to the dudes.
I like it.
Sounds good to me.
Oh,
What's the probability that the pirates come back and move the boat from its nice shoring?
They're dead.
Mooring?
I know they're all dead. Oh, yeah.
I mean, but is there anybody else that they're attached to that might try to get the boat?
I mean,
On that note, Al
Oh, shoot.
and Anton, you've been at sea a very long time. You know a few tricks, you know a few little things. There are multiple ways that you can do to handicap this boat that is really hard to sort of overcome.
yeah. I can put the
So-
thing on the rudder, the keel. The rudder.
Yeah,
I
so there's
pull
a
the
few little
thing.
things you know
That's the
that you
rudder
could
chain.
do. Yep.
Well, I want to, like, just pull the firing pin, but I don't want to break the boat because I wanted the boat. So I want to keep this thing boating. Oh, it's not that far from the chateau to the town, right? We could just book it.
With the boat?
No, we leave the boat here. We book it from the cave to the chateau, back to the village, talk to Anders. Hey, shh, Anders, bad guy. But we got the boat. It's back here, and there's human traffickings. And then see what he says and be like, hey, there's more bad guys down at the bog. Should we, you know what I mean? Like, should we? And then we go deal with the bog guys, arrest Galen, then we go from there. I don't know.
Okay. So the plan is to leave rig the ship so it can't get used, just in case something happens when you're not here. Go back to the mansion, take the evidence you've got from the mansion back to Anders, have a conversation, and see what happens at that point.
Mhm.
Perfect plan. Perfect plan.
Flawless.
So, no, it's a perfectly good plan. Okay,
It's
so
good because
over
the
the next,
DM prepared for it.
I thought that was an idea that may potentially happen. So there's a couple of paths this could have gone down, and that was definitely one of them. Okay, so over the next hour, you manage to get back onto the dry land. You also pull the rowboat up into the caverns to stop people being able to get onto it easily if they need to get back to the boat. You go back to town. It's currently midday-ish. As you walk through, Saltmarsh is just as if you've never left. It's the same thing. It always happens in this town. People walking around chatting. The couple of guards getting dodgy looks from the old time traditionalists. As you approach Anders' house, you knock on the door. Anders' manservant invites you in, puts you into the drawing room. As you enter, you see Anders behind a desk, and he looks up and goes, friends. Please tell information. What brings you to my house at this time?
Yeah. I'm gonna switch cameras real quick and move some stuff around. Lily, what do you think?
I'm still playing catch up from wrangling the Wi-Fi demons. I relate to
Basically,
him.
they found, just so you know, they found a letter that says about Galen's ability in the slave ring, and they've found, obviously, you found in the previous episode, previous episode, you found various markings and various things that related to the GP and all these various things about what was happening in terms of slavery within the haunted house.
Okay, so I relay all of that to him,
Do
and then
you
we've got
mind if we take
the boat.
if we
Was
take
that sorry?
5 to get Judgy on, and then start fresh from there.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Skylar, do you want to go to break for 5?
Yes, sir. Let's do that.
Okay.
Come back at like 20, 25 after ish.
20
20.
past, that'd be fine. 20 after.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
We'll be back in 5, 2.
Life's an open road when you're 3 feet tall. Never thought we'd find a family at all. One roll of the dice, one twist of fate. Now we're side by side. Guess this was our fate. Oh, we bicker, we fight. We don't see eye to eye. But when trouble comes, we're always gonna try. Brothers and sisters who knew we would be a family of heroes. Just wait and see. Wait, are we related? We push, we pull, we stumble and fall. Sometimes it feels like we don't know each other at all. But when the chips are down and we make our stand, together we've got half a chance. Even when the road gets rough and life throws down the odds, we've got each other's backs through every trap and fraud. We push, we pull, we stumble and fall. Sometimes it feels like we don't know each other at all. But when the chips are down and we make our stand, together we've got half a chance. Hey, who ate all the rations? Not me, not me, not me. Okay, maybe a little. They're creeping in the shadows, eyes like fire. Razor claws in the dark, they're coming higher. You feel the chill, you hear the hiss, but when you turn around, it's the end of bliss. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, murder badger. No mercy, no time, you're on their list. You're the rip and tear through the fog and mist. These monsters won't care if you run or scream. Once they got you, you won't wake from the dream. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger. You thought you were safe, lock the door tight, but murder badgers, they own the night. You can try to hide, you can try to flee, but they'll find you no matter where you'll be. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, they don't care, they don't share. Murder badger, everywhere they'll tear you bare. There. They were locked up for a reason, but the world ran out of heroes. So now you roll with what you got, kicking down doors with a holy grin, silver tongues and a dozen sins. Wrong side of justice, right side of fate. No time to ask, we're already late. We ain't your chosen, we ain't your knight, but we shine damn bright when the world ignites. And we roll for trouble, we play to win. Out of the cells and in the last bad call on heaven's slate. Roll for trouble, that's our cue. You want a miracle? We'll do. Hey. Knight lost his banner, but swings just fine. Rogue's got charm and a 5-step crime. Druids growling and warlocks curse. Clerics smiling, which is the worst. Call us mad, call us last, but we hit back hard and we hit back fast. We roll for trouble, we play to win. Out of the sails and into the spin. We're taking chances, bending fate. The last bad call on heaven's slate. Roll for trouble, that's our cue. You want a miracle? We'll do. Hey, hey. When the odds look bad, we raise the stakes. When the gods say no, we're the brakes. When the plan goes south, we smile wide. 'Cause no one rides like the ones denied. We roll for trouble, we play to win. Out of the sails and into the spin. We're taking chances, bending fate. The last bad call on heaven's slate. Roll for trouble, that's our cue. You want a miracle? We'll do. Hey. Dungeon born, maybe one or two, but fate don't ask where it found you. Roll for trouble.
What? We're back.
Okay. As we left it last time, Anders has just been told about the evidence that you had found in you found out about Galen. Anders starts to go through the letters. You see Anders examining his documents. His anger and his sort of, you can see that he's getting his hands are shaking as he's reading. By Procken's death, I knew Galen bent the rules. We all did. But this, he stands up, puts the letters down as if he just didn't want them in his hands anymore. Slavery in our waters, using our town. You see he's trying to calm his voice slightly. My parents didn't die protecting these waters as creatures like this could profit from such evil. He looks down at you with admiration that you found this information. You've done more than uncover a crime. You've saved Saltmarsh's soul. If this had continued, we'd become known as the haven for slavers. He starts pacing behind his desk. The traditionalists are going to cry that this proves the alliance's value, whilst others will claim it shows why we needed outside oversight. But what it really proves is that we need people like you. Looks at every single one of you. People willing to dig for the truth regardless of whose reputation it tarnishes. Galen Primewater was my father's, one of his best friends. His family have been part of Saltmarsh for generations. But tradition without honour is just petty corruption. This evidence will see him arrested, sent to a Lord's Alliance prison, but more than that, it gives us a chance to show that Saltmarsh can be not a town. We are not a town that tolerates evil just because it wears a familiar face, but one that stands for what's right. He stands up. You've given me the tools to unite this town. Not just around old prejudices, but around shared values, and for that, you have my eternal thanks. Right. We must arrest Galen, bring him to justice. Will you be there to be behind my back when this happens?
Oh, we need to go grab maybe another dude. Is he here in town?
Both's here, yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
Galen.
like my water.
Galen
Yeah.
will be watered, but I can summon him to the council chamber, and we can do the deed there.
Oh yeah. What do you guys think? We got Becky. We got
Let's
some
get him.
muscles.
Oceana guy. Be really happy to see this guy go down. Ocean something or other, whatever his name was.
Yeah, Oceanus. Real
Oceanus.
good dude.
Yeah, he seemed like a real nice guy.
I feel like this
I-
was too easy for some reason.
Hey, that's private chat stuff. I have 14 hit points, bro.
Oh
She
yeah,
just like really quietly says that, just sort of like to herself, real quiet.
So over the next few minutes, you are brought into the council chamber. However, a little bit of hand wavy here. What happens at the Galen's Prime Water's estate? A young messenger arrives at the Prime Water estate. Master Prime Water, sir. Master Solomar requests your immediate attendance at the council hall. He said this was regarding urgent masters and irregularities in shipping manifests. And he sort of brings a thing. Galen looks up. Irregularities, my dear boy? There are no irregularities in Prime Water shipping, merely creative interpretations of overly restrictive regulations. He rises, straightens his silk waistcoat. You tell young Andors that I will be along presently. One does not simply rush to council meetings. It suggests desperation. As you are entered the council chamber, you're waiting there for a good 5-10 minutes. The rest of the council are sat there nervously waiting to see what happens. Galen strides into the chamber with his usual confidence, stops short when he sees you and a few Alliance guards to the right-hand side. He walks up to Anders. My dear Anders, this seems rather, he looks around, formal for a discussion about trade matters. Surely we don't need such an audience. As he looks around, he looks down and sees the evidence that is on the table in front of Anders. A long pause as he processes the situation. Anders stands up and goes, Galen Primewater, by the authority vested in me by this council and the Lord's Alliance, you are under arrest for conspiracy. Anders' face remains unchanged. Smuggling. Again. Galen's face remains unchanged. And for slavery. Galen's composure finally breaks. Slavery, my dear boy. You clearly don't understand the complexities of international commerce. No, I do not deal in slavery. As the guards move forward with the shackles. Galen, gentlemen, surely we can discuss this like civilized people. I've hosted half of you at my table, shared my famous Kalashime wine with you and your officers. When the full chair charges are read out, Galen is still adamant. This is preposterous. Alternate trade agreements are not smuggling. The Alliance tariffs are just suggestions, really guidelines for those lacking proper business accruent. He's escorted from the chamber, his voice raising. Mark this day, Saltmarsh, when honest merchants like me are dragged away in chains for keeping the trade flowing. The Prime Water's name has stood for prosperity in this town for generations. His voice echoes down the corridor. I've done more for this community than any Alliance bureaucrat ever will. My gold built half these docks. My connections have brought prosperity to this poor fishing village. Final words as he's led to the wagon outside. This is how you repay loyalty to Saltmarsh. Remember who fed your families when storms kept the boats in their harbours. Anders turns to you and says, well, I'm sure that something needs to be said to the people that I'm sure are amassing outside this hall now. As you start to leave, you reckon a good 50-60% of the population of Saltmarsh are stood outside the chamber walls. They obviously heard something was happening. Anders steps forward on the council hall steps as the crowd gathers, his young face serious but determined. He's holding himself with new authority now, the weight of recent events having matured him quickly. People of Saltmarsh, you have witnessed today is both troubling and enlightening. He pauses, lets his gaze sweep across the mixture crowd of traditionalists and loyalists. For too long, far too long, we have allowed old divisions to bind us to new possibilities. We've assumed that tradition and progress cannot coexist, and that being born here makes one more valuable than those choosing to make this place home. He gestures at the party behind him. Let me introduce you to the true friends of Saltmarsh. Heroes who've proven that worth isn't measured by bloodlines or how long your family has been here, but by what you're willing to sacrifice for your neighbours. He moves to address each member of the group. Points in at Anton. Here stands Anton Hussard, whose naval expertise and honours helped secure our waters. A man who left comfort and rank to serve a small fishing town because he believes in our future. Turns to Rebecca. Rebecca Varos, born in Saltmarsh's waters, who channels personal tragedy into protection for all. Her dedication reminds us that true patriotism isn't about excluding others. It's about fighting for what makes your home worth defending. Turns to Lily and goes, Lily Astor, whose healing touch has soothed both bodies and tensions in our community. She's demonstrating that those who flee hardships often bring the greatest compassion for other people's savour. Turns to Bove. What more can be said about Bove? His hands can move mountains, and he does it for what's right and what's good. And Al, who proves that
I'll wave at
sometimes
the harbor master that helped him. Like,
who proves that sometimes the greatest gifts come in the most unexpected packages. His music has brought joy to our darkest hour, has shown us that home isn't where you're from, it's where you're welcomed. These 5 individuals, some born here, some drawn here, have done more to protect Saltmarsh in the recent weeks than people that have lived here for decades. Today we have learned that the greatest threats for Saltmarsh don't always come from outside our borders. Sometimes they come from those who wrap selfishness in the flag of tradition, who confuse personal profit with community welfare. But, talking like a true politician here, he definitely knows what he's doing with these people. We've also learned from our summation comes from unity. Old families, new residents, traditional wisdom, and fresh perspectives. Local knowledge and outside experience working together. I, therefore, officially declare that these 5 individuals are champions of Saltmarsh, protectors of our town, and examples of what we can achieve when we come together. Let their example guide us forward. Let us judge not by where they came from, but what they contribute. Let us build Saltmarsh that honours its past while embracing its future. Are strong enough to stand with the Alliance, but proud enough to maintain what makes Saltmarsh great. The tide turns today, my friends. not towards surrender of our values, but towards their true expression, welcoming those who will serve, protect, and who cannot protect themselves, and proving that Saltmarsh's greatest treasure isn't our independence, but our ability to come together when it matters most. Gestures to all 5 of you. These champions have my complete trust and full authority of this council to act on Saltmarsh's interests. We've learned that their place is not through birth or wealth or stature, but through deed and sacrifice. We all know that to aid them is to aid Saltmarsh itself. And there's 3 cheers for the champions of Saltmarsh. The whole crowd, loyalists and traditionalists, erupt. This is a bit of a strange thing for you guys. This is not something that you expected at this point. This is a little bit. However, you see that Anders has played his hand to perfection.
Real smooth, that guy.
Yeah.
Too
Yeah.
smooth.
A little bit too smooth. Oh, wait a minute. Did we just get played by Anders? A perception check.
You mean insight check?
Inside check. Oh, man, it's another one I'm really bad at. Help me out,
Should've done-
before.
We should have done insight on old GP.
Yeah, we got rushed into it.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
there's so
Yeah.
much-
You
Good
do-
insight. Pete, I'd like to do an insight check.
You can do an insight check on Galen. You can do that whilst you're doing that. That's not a problem.
No, not Galen, on Anders.
Okay, Anders first then. Anders, so
Ooh, I
Is
rolled good.
there
14.
is there a way to gauge
insight.
if any of the traditionalists are being swayed by Anders' speech?
Yeah, no, the people that are out, it's probably a mix of traditionalists and stuff, but the traditionalists are going along with it as if it's talking about the independence and keeping that. It's as if he's crafted this in a way to get the heartstrings of both sides to pull together to do these sort of things.
So he's not
And,
making it up
yeah.
on the fly.
No. This is, if with your insight check, this has definitely been rehearsed. This is some of
Wow.
this is some of the. However, with that insight check, you don't get insincerity in his voice. He is very sincere in it. He is.
Sincerity
he
and
doesn't
honesty
seem
are
to-
two different things.
Yes, it is, but he doesn't seem to be. You don't with that role. You don't spot any deception in his speech.
Hmm.
What about the GP
Okay.
insight?
Anybody want to do an insight check for Galen?
That's what I rolled for. I rolled a dirty
What's
20.
your one? Sorry. Nice, dirty one. You got from Galen that he really didn't give a flying shit about the original the first 2 offences that he's been told about. So that was, give me make sure he does that. So the trade thing and smuggling. However, when it mentioned slavery, you sort of shifted in that you think he was telling the truth about the slavery with a 20.
Yeah.
Or at least he was unaware of it, he didn't know about it, but you know that is evidence of personal seals and all that sort of stuff.
Hmm. So the poorly written letter was done by Anders. Got it.
It's all a plan.
Who's gonna know? We need to level up so we can get like Zone of Truth and Detect Lies and stuff like that. We're not too strong yet, but what do you want us to do about this other place down in Tidewater, huh? What's your? I show the map. Like, what about this right here?
He's like, Anders puts his hand up. We'll discuss that in the council chambers tomorrow. Let today be a today, and let enjoy the admiration of Saltmarsh whilst it's happening. You've been busy. You've done this. It won't. Rest of the day. That's not going to cause any problem.
Okie dokie. Where's Galen going? The jailhouse over there?
Yep, Galen's being taken to the jailhouse, and he says, "For Galen, first thing, in the next few hours, you'll be taken to Baldur's Gate to the Lord's Alliance prison."
You guys want to go back to the boulangerie, Lily's boulangerie, real quick and have a quick chat?
Yeah, I think I left some bread cooling on a rack. If you guys want to help me go set those up.
Yeah, well, and I walk backwards like, okay, being heroes was good.
As he does that, you got a lot of the sort of the people from Saltmarsh there, especially Rebecca and Lily. They're like, "Oh, I knew you guys would do well. Look at this now. Look, God, you'll be the hands of the hands of the council soon, acting like this. God, you guys are definitely on the up and up for this. This young, sort of local lads and lasses done well. That's always a good thing. And you are hearing like, you know, Galen was slavery. That's like, God, that sums up a lot.
Oh. Oh no.
He freeze this time, not me.
Oh,
we
now
gonna
he's
get a
got
hat
live
trick?
oak.
Are we gonna get a
He
hat
got the
trick on
live
internet?
oak demon.
Yeah, goodness gracious.
Live oak made it to England. Oh no.
No, we still have one. We have still one person from England left.
Oh no, it's coming for me.
You're next.
Well, let's talk behind the DM's back. Okay.
Luckily, he knows a good IT guy. So
Yeah, that's true. Well, we'll find out. Stay tuned.
Okay, so this definitely feels wrong, right? Like it
It's internet
definitely
access.
felt too easy. Oh shit, he's back.
Okay.
Jesus,
I'm back.
Sharon,
I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah,
snacks.
yeah. Sure. You're still a little bit frozy, buddy.
Oh, he's frozen again.
Yeah.
Quick, say what you got to say before he comes back.
Definitely.
I think something's a little hinky here. Let's figure it out. Scooby Doo gang, engage.
Yes. Yeah, we definitely need to go to the boulangerie. One, we need to come up with a really cool name for ourselves, like, I don't know, the muffin
The
time.
boulangerie.
Yeah, yeah. The
Okay, so where did you lose
boulangerie.
me? Where did you lose me when I was discussing what happened?
All of them?
Okay,
I think
so you overheard various snippets of information as you were going back to the Lily's place, and you overheard that a lot of the people from are either absolutely horrified about Galen or going, I knew there was something up with him. There's no way you get to this level of money and achieving without doing stuff dodgily. Lots of people are in favour of Anders and saying how well he dealt with this, and lots of them are very happy that this group's been put together, especially that there's residents of Saltmarsh from Lily and Rebecca in it, proving that local people can do well.
Yeah.
So you make it back to Lily's house, Lily's bakery. You shut the door behind you. What do you guys want to talk about?
whoops. That's what I'll say. As soon as I get there, I'll be like, whoopsie.
The baddies?
I don't think we are the baddies. Yes, I think we played into the hand of a baddie.
I think we got duped.
Yeah, a little bit of duping happened there.
I did so from out of character. I was surprised that you went all the way through Anders' stuff, all the way through to this. We've never once tried to question his integrity in any shape or form.
He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, he seemed like a nice guy.
He's a politician. Come with it. When do you ever believe politicians? Come on.
They would
Yeah.
never lie. They take an oath
No.
that says they could never lie to the people.
Hell, yeah, he's
How,
so right.
how dare you?
However, Lily, your thing, you didn't sense that he was lying in his speech.
Yeah, but there's a
But-
difference between not lying and not telling the whole truth.
Yes.
Okay, how
I mean,
about this?
you mean being a politician?
There's
Yes.
there's dough and flour on the table, right? And I'm like, regardez-vous. And I sit down and I go, okay, we got Team Anders over here, and I make a line. And we got GP guys, right? We got traditionalists and whatever. What if somebody is cooking them against each other? Because if you think that old dude was telling the truth, I think the slave is the part. I think the slave is the part that is wonky. Maybe somebody is pitting these guys against each other to create chaos against the Lord's Alliance. Maybe that.
A little fog and friction, eh?
Something's going down in this bog, and we got ourselves a ship. And the one thing I know is these dudes in this town don't know shit. So maybe we do the thinking for him, for once. We don't
I
ask
feel we have
Anders
enough
what-
intelligence to agree with you.
Yeah, I don't. I definitely don't. I haven't got above an 8. I don't know what that means, but what does Albacore think? He's been crushing it. Paladin, what do you think? You're all justice and good.
What does, or who, perhaps, has something to gain from traditionists and loyalists working against one another?
There's another.
Excellent question.
I'll show him the letter and stuff. Like, all right,
There's that third
somebody
faction.
is trying to do deep dive something in the ocean, and there are some sort of monsters in the south. That's the only piece that we haven't discovered yet. Monsters saying we give you shiny objects for weapons and stuff.
Which
Okay,
GP pretty much
Rebecca-
admitted to.
Yeah, Rebecca, you know that from Saltmarsh's perspective, you know that traditionalists were the people that have been here historically, like your family and all the various normal things. You know that a few months ago, after the effects of Storm King's Thunder, that the loyalists came in, which the loyalists are they're in favour of the Lord's Alliance taking over this town. And you know that there's been a bit of a loggerheads between those two about we want to keep our independence, our reviews, but we need your help, and vice versa type stuff here. From what Anders was saying here, and obviously previously Lily and Rebecca had sort of, you had witnessed things about Galen's change of character recently in the past few months, and a few things that have been happening in the docks and the seedy hours. Never really put two and two together because, to be honest, Galen's always been one of these people that just always it went a little bit over the line. He always has been, but that's, you know, that he's always been generally true to his word, but was high on the list of and his mercantile operation did smuggling on a scale that no one else did in Saltmarsh. But there's the darker side that you have got a bit of doubts in your head about things you have seen and shady dealings and things happening that you've only really been seeing more of the past few months since the loyalists have been on site doing things. But you're not sure if that is that just Galen trying to act out a bit differently, or he's got a few different regulations he's got to abide by. It could be any of those two, but Galen's never really bothered any of you guys, even when your family died, Rebecca. Galen was one of the local traditionalist family that has always been a little bit above talking to various common folk type thing. He talked to all the lords and all the council members, sure, yeah, but he was never one that would actually go around town and talk to normal people.
Al's gonna ask Pretty Lady, what about that Keldak guy? He seems kind of creepy. The Keldak, Kevdak.
Is he a priest of
Kodak.
Temple the Prockens?
Yes, he is the priest of. He's the head priest of Procken.
I mean, he's sort of into magic adjacent things, arcane magic. He has been acting odd lately, but
He was
nothing
real
I
weird when I went
can-
into his store.
Oh, he did what?
He was really weird. He wanted to take my lucky lure.
Yeah, about that. Your lure's kind of funny. You know that, right?
Yeah, it's cute, huh?
Sorry, I got that wrong. Keldak is the wizard. Ignore me. It's not. He's not the priest of Procken. Sorry, wrong one. That's my bad. So yeah, he was the one that runs the magic store. Thank you very much, you two.
I don't know. He just seemed kind of creepy.
The Temple of Procken is a guy called Wellgarb Brine-Handed, which you have met a
That
few
sounds
times.
like an NPC.
So was he creepy, like creepy towards a teenage boy creepy, or creepy like, ooh, I'm sinister Scooby-Doo villain creepy?
A bit of
Somebody
both,
named
but
Keldak
Keldak's
is a
very
good
much.
guy.
Keldak is he's very much in. He's a very much in charge. Wants to learn things and. Actually, first of all, Lily and Rebecca, can you give me a history check with advantage? This is something that you just know about things you do.
There goes that dice. Let me roll the other one.
17.
Nice,
14.
nice. Okay. You know, Keldak's been around for quite a few years now, like 10, 15 years ago. He's in a 3-story tower just outside. Where's 6 on this? On the southern peninsula of Saltmarsh. There's always lots of like stories about Kaldak and various things. He's got his shop. He does a few things. He's also he knows lots of interesting bits of information. But there was always, especially growing up as a kid, you did all of the classic things like no one ever trusted Kaldak. The rumor around town, especially when the kids, was if you speak his name like 3 times, he could hear what you were saying for a short time. You could just hear things. He was just like, you don't know sure how that does it, but he always seemed to get, if when you're talking about Kaldak, it would always seem to get back to him at some point. Some would hear it. Some don't know how it did it, but he would always, when you were like talking about things, you would just drop in snippets of things that you had talked about, and it's like, okay, how you did that? But you do know that he did have quite. You know that he did sort of associate with Galen and the council members, the traditional list council members. So not sure if he's a good or bad guy because of that, but he definitely talked to Galen.
I mean, there's maybe guilt by association, but maybe not.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think we've uncovered the real. I think there's someone pulling strings, and it's one team versus the other. That's just my opinion. There's another side of this that we don't have. It's the other exchange point to the south.
Let's go to Baldur's Gate. We'll take the ship and pretend we're the pirates and see who meets us.
No. It's to the Tidewater, right? I look at the map. I'm like Tidewater.
Yep.
But the guy said ocean. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 10 miles southwest of Saltmarsh.
Yeah, that.
That sounds way easier to get to.
But it's like another. We know who Kaldak is, and I don't want to spook too many people in here, and I think we already got played. Right? So whoever's doing that, and we have no clue who it is, I think we float above the town for a little bit. And if we can go get other information from wherever this boat was going, maybe there's another name. Bring Oceanus with us. Maybe he recognizes a voice. I think we bring Oceanus to this town, we put him at risk.
Remind me who Oceanus is again.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, that was
that's the sea elf.
shackled
That's the
in
sea
boat.
elf that you rescued on the boat.
Okay, well, I was battling the Wi-Fi demon. Got it.
Yeah,
when you were one-on-one with the demon, that's what happened.
Yes, he was non-consensually hiding in the back of the boat.
So
Okay.
There seems to be various sort of merriments and various drinking going on during this evening. The empty net, there seems to be a bell being rung every half an hour, and you recognize that from this area, that a bell being rung means a free round for everybody. So you know that there's free drinks flowing in the empty net tonight. What do you guys want to do?
Well, obviously go to the empty net. And listen in to see what people have to say and find out if there's any useful intelligence that we could pick up from there.
Yeah, I'm going
Because
in.
people who are drinking tend to talk, don't they?
Yeah, we could do it sober.
Especially when a young, pretty girl walks by.
Yeah,
Rebecca,
Lily.
I think we have work to do.
I'll identify the scroll while they're doing that. I'll figure out what the heck that thing is.
Okay, yep, you have a look. It's called Gust of Wind.
Oh, shit. Oh, we have a motor for the boat.
Nice.
Give me 2 seconds. Let me find my notes on this. So as you go to the empty net, you see this is the busiest it's been for a very, very long time. You're seeing traditionalists, you're seeing loyalists, you're seeing off-duty guards. Give me 2 seconds.
Is this later that night?
Yes.
Or okay.
Okay. So as you are in the empty net, you're brought drinks up, your various things. You are hearing the odd discussion being made. Could I have some perception checks from people as you are sipping your drinks nicely, trying to keep an ear out, sorry, for juicy bits of information?
That was perception.
Hey,
Yep.
finally.
1.
Okay, so we'll go around the table. We'll start with the Lily, the one. As you are hearing with that row, to be honest, it's quite noisy here, and you're not used to this sort of amount of people that's around. But you are hearing that there are some majority of people are happy, even some traditionalists and loyalists are both on the side of the things that happen. But there is an undercurrent of a few naysayers and a few things. We don't really grasp a huge amount with that roll, unfortunately.
With a 21?
I thought you said you rolled a 1.
That's what
No, I
thought
rolled
she
a
said, too.
21.
Okay,
18
ignore
plus
me.
3. I was about
Ignore
to
me.
say, these
Okay,
people are tight-lipped.
you hear one of the traditionalists saying, mark my words, the Alliance planted that evidence. They needed an excuse to seize prime water assets and wanted to discredit the traditionalists. Galen was getting too close to exposing their real plans for Saltmarsh.
A clue. Okay.
Is this a rumors table? I love it.
I have a whole lot of table for these sort of things, yeah,
Nice,
because I had
nice,
to make
nice.
them all up. Give me 2 seconds. So, who wishes to go? Actually, we'll go around the table. So, Rebecca as the next person. Give me a roll.
So Rebecca, who changed into probably like one of her mother's sundresses for the night, only rolled a 5 for that.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's what happens with dice. You got to love dice. They're great. Okay. Yeah. You hear somebody drinking, having a laugh, going, "Do you know? I tell you what. Galen's been possessed by the ghost from that old mansion. The spirit made him do it all. When they arrested him, 3 witnesses swear they saw a ghostly figure flee his body and head back towards that cliff." And people are like, "Oh yeah, go, I saw that, yeah," and they're drinking away.
I saw the leprechaun.
Al, what have you rolling for your perception?
21.
Nice. Okay, you hear talk from a few loyalists talking. I heard from my cousin who works down at the harbour that Galen had enough chains and shackles to outfit a small army. Makes you wonder how long this has been going on, doesn't it?
Okay. That makes me feel a little better.
And Anton,
18.
God, what have you rolled double digits, mate? That's like amazing for you.
I know. I would have rolled higher, but Becky is wearing a sundress, and I'm like, oh, okay.
We're on a mission, okay?
Yeah, I'm on a mission too, Becky.
you hear a talk of not sure where this has come from. As you look around, you can't seem to make out the voice, but you hear Welgar at the temple says Procon himself guided those adventurers to the truth. The sea god despises those who would chain others. It's only fitting that Galen's crimes were exposed by people who respect the tide's freedom.
Oh, what was the priest's name? One more time. I apologize.
Welgar,
Welgar Brine-handed.
brine-handed.
So Welgar Brine-handed.
So this is the
said-
first. This is the first sort of that you've got. You've got a bit of information out from each of you. You're sat around a table. What do you guys want to do at the moment?
I want to take a long rest.
Yeah.
I think we go back to Bove and Oceanus and take a nap on the boat and go from there. Not gonna lie, I'm on a spell slot since Tuesday.
Before you leave, can I have one more perception check from each of you, please? Because
Oh,
I've got
boy.
this table and I want to use it.
I'm back to 2.
Ah, me too. Damn it.
15.
Good. Nice. So
That's
then
a
we'll go around in
7
the
for
same
me
order.
total.
We'll go around in the same order as we did before. Lily, what did you get this time?
15?
Nice. Okay. You hear some traditionalists talking. Funny how this evidence appeared right when young Anders needed to prove himself, eh? Innit? Almost as if someone wanted to clear out the old guard and put a puppet in charge. Okay, Rebecca, what did you roll?
Another 5.
Ah, great. Okay. Do you know, Galen discovered how to travel through time and has been kidnapping people from the past to sell to the present. That's why some of his victims look so confused. They were from 50 years ago, man. 50 years ago. Al, what did you draw?
7.
Nice. You here. Do you remember those frost giants from like 6 months ago? They're back, but they're invisible. Galen was secretly feeding them information about Saltmarsh's defenses in exchange for the magic that made him younger. That's why he looks so good for his age.
Guys, I figured it out.
And Tim.
A 2.
Okay, you here. Word is that Zendros has been playing all sides. She's one who's provided the evidence against Galen because he was cutting on her own smuggling profits. Those exotic goods of hers, she stole them all.
Zendros.
You know Zendros is a merchant that you've not talked to. You know the name. It's an area that on the south of Saltmarsh, but she deals with exotic goods of multiple kinds.
Okay. Not like an exotic dude.
Not as
like,
not as
okay,
in,
good,
not
yeah,
as
yeah, yeah.
it's definitely not live goods. These are all. But that is your evening of finding out information, good rolls and bad.
I'm not gonna lie. Everything that we heard ties us in a knot. Like this town is so toxic. I think we go back to the boat. It's just
Let's chill there.
yeah. We need to step away from this place and look at it from a wide like angle. It's just like yeah. I'll tell them what I heard. People are blaming Zendros. People are blaming Anders, Galen. The priest seems into it, thinking the sea is mad at everybody. I couldn't tell you. But we do know that there are more baddies to the south.
Okay. So what's the plan, guys? Are you going back to the ghost?
I said, yeah, it's our property. It's our house, right? We just go take a nap there.
Well, you haven't told anybody about the ghost yet, so it's there.
Nope.
It's yours. Yeah.
Yeah. Shh. I'm
Yeah, I
waiting for
think
someone to talk about the ghost or say anything about it.
I wonder if we can get a little one-on-one chat with GP.
That's yeah.
Maybe some charming words from a little boy.
What do we have in our repertoire? I have
list.
intimidate big time.
I have
That's the
charm
one thing I'm
person.
good at.
You,
But I
as you walk past the guard place, obviously the small jail that's in town, you do notice that outside of this jail there are 5 Alliance guards, all ready to sort of are just about to walk in to get Galen.
I have a +5 in persuasion. What if we go in there and be like, "Yo, I can get you out of this mess if you got to tell us something. Like you gotta give us something." Because if he was dealing with a little bit of smuggling, he's got to give us a name of some nefarious person that might be pulling the strings on this stuff. And it can't be Anders. It can't be the priest. It can't be Keldak. You know what I mean? Like who else? Who else is out there? Or maybe who's out in the swamp?
What's your guys? Was the plan? Is that you see that the guards are going in, walking in to get Galen at the moment.
Oh, I would like to talk to them. Persuasion.
Okay, so what are you going to say to them?
As members of the champions of Saltmarsh and an officer of the Lord's Alliance, I have a few more questions before this person gets carted off from us. A little bit more intelligence so we can wrap up the rest of his human trafficking chain.
The guards look at each other, go, yeah, one of us is going to be present though when you do that.
Okay, true.
Which means that anything that we ask and anything that he says is going to get back to somebody else.
Mm.
So we might want to be careful in what and how we ask questions.
So you are 4 of them are left outside. 1 is left in the outside of the cell. You are brought in.
What if I talk to the
What?
guard and be like, what if you hear something that puts your family in danger?
The guard looks at you and says, part of my duty is to ensure that my family is protected. However, my role here is to do what I am told. I would not allow to leave the prisoner unguarded for anyone, even the champions of Saltmarsh.
Okay, you seem like a good dude. All right, I'm just like,
You know,
Lord.
Lord's Alliance. You know these officers. You know these things. They're really quite adamant that they're doing the right thing. They don't feel that they're doing the wrong. You know that mentality because you work for them.
Stormtrooper 3, got it.
Yes.
And that's what his name is above his like it's
Yeah.
Stormtrooper 4. Okay. Are we all in there? Okay. Hello, Galen.
What are you going to
What?
ask him? What are you saying? Galen looks up at you, dishevelled, and just
Yeah.
stares at you. What are you going to ask?
Maybe this case is not completely over. Maybe there are others involved. Maybe with your help, we could get deeper into the issues here and maybe procure your freedoms. What we'll need is more names and locations. It's got to be, who are you dealing with in Tidewater?
So as he looks up, you see that his glazed expression. He's like, the famous champions of Saltmarsh, come to gloat over the fallen merchant prince, or perhaps you've come seeking the truth.
Bit of both.
I must say, I take it was you that done this investigation. He looked around. He wouldn't have been that Anders chap. He's always been incompetent. Professionally speaking, I'm most impressed by how completely you dismantled my operations.
Thanks.
Now we could mantle them if you'd like us to. But we can't cease the guys that are floating in the ocean. But
He's like, if you come seeking revenge for what's some perceived slight, might I remind you that I'm already facing Lord's Alliance justice? Surely that's punishment enough.
We don't want revenge. We want to know who else was involved.
we want to get more to the
Look.
bottom of it.
I started small, you understand. A few barrels of untaxed brandy, some silk that avoided Winterlovian import duties. Harmless stuff that keeps Saltmarsh prosperous. I never did. Slavery, by Procton's honour, never would I have been dealing with slavery.
If
Can I
you
do a
would, we
perception
found
check?
a slave.
Yep, you can do an insight check.
Stab a car.
20
Yeah.
plus 5. 25.
Yep, he is being completely honest with you.
Well, shit, I wasted a 20.
Well, okay. You're one. Here's something that's really good. You're safe right now. You got lots of guards, and you got a nice room and stuff. But we are going to get to the bottom of this. You need to help us. Who deals with slaves? Who would grab and snatch up slaves? What's going on in Tidewater?
He's like, look, the smuggling routes, the safe houses, the lanterns, who the buyers are, I know. I know all of it. I know the signals. I know the codes. I know the meeting places. Look, I totally, never going to deny that I have been circumventing duty where duty needs to be paid. But what got me was you had one with my personal seal on it. There's only one person that has access to my personal seal other than myself, and that's Scarron, my steward. Good Lord, if it's him, he's been with my family for years.
The dude's name's Scarab.
Scarron, Skerrin, Scarron.
He's been scaring people all over the place.
Does Scarin stay on your mansion property?
Yes, he is my manservant. He's been with me since I was a child.
In the event of situations such as this where you are held in custody, is there anything that he would be in charge of?
No, the house. He is the one that is able to maintain my businesses and do all this normal stuff. He's never
Fair
been. As you start talking, he's like, you see, like realization hit him, and he's like, no. Now that you mention it, he did seem remarkably well informed about the Alliance procedures for someone who's been in Saltmarsh for. No, it can't be. No.
It was
And
Thomas Sparrow.
Scarin's family is he from
Oh.
Saltmarsh?
No, he was here as a young lad. He moved in. He was brought in to be a manservant. He worked his way up through the ranks and various things. Always proven loyal. You see him like tripping over the word as he's saying it. I've known him for years. It won't be Scarron. It can't be Scarron. No.
I think it's a Scarab. I think, yeah. I've known you for like 2 minutes. Well, okay. And you think Scarum is in your Chateau Maison right now? Oh.
I would have presumed him to be. I'd also presume him to be legislating and sort of lobbying the council on my behalf to get me freed. It's only a matter of time before I'm freed. I've got friends in high places.
Okay. What is the name of the boat that was meeting to do the drops?
The boats used for the shops. That was something we were never aware of because we tried to keep the middleman out of the conversation, so we were unable to treat. But I know it was a small twin-mast boat.
Twin mast boat?
Yeah, twin mast. Yes, like all good boats need twin masts. You should know that, Anton.
Okay.
If you remember
do
when
know
he was
that-
describing it the first time, he did say twin mast, but you pulled out a single mast boat. He was giving you shit about it.
You do know that the Ghost is a single mast boat in your
Got it.
situation,
Okay.
but
Got it. Ah. So this two-masted boat. Now I take, the hat comes off. So the two-masted boat is your smuggle ship. Interesting.
Yeah, it needs to be of a fair size because the amount of barrels and the bolts of a cloth and silk that needs to be transported is only viable if you do it in bulk. Otherwise, it's not worth the potential exposure.
Got it.
Do you leave these finer details to Scarin to take care of?
Oh, he's aware of what's happening. Of course, he does pass letters to and fro, but it's my personal seal that is on them, and I seal the letters. And as you get there, he says, he said, they haven't taken this off me yet, and you see the seal on him, and you do recognize it as that personal seal that was on the letter.
So this one does have the star on the sail and the GP on the edges and all that.
Yep.
Has he ever gotten you to seal anything at a inconvenient time or multiple seals in a?
We do have a personal seal in the house for occasions where he has the authority to act on my behalf on certain information. As I said, he's been with my family for 30, 40 years.
Best to do it like early in the morning.
Again, it's not long now. I'll be taken. I can't see that it's going to go well where I'm going, so I have nothing to gain from hiding. Is there any other questions you have before I'm escorted rudely to a cell that I'm unable to see the sea from?
Is there anything you would like us to ask Scarin on your behalf?
Well, find out if it is Scare, and if it is, hoist the bastard up by his neck.
We need to delay. Okay. Huddle.
Would Antoine know how soon people get shipped out of Saltmarsh if
They're like,
They're taking him.
tomorrow.
They're trying to take him now. You've just
Yeah.
interrupted them being taken.
Would this be by ship or by carriage?
This is a carriage to Baldur's Gate.
We gotta go get to scare him real quick. We'll say, give us a couple hours. Yeah, I'm out of
So what are you
spell
going to say to the?
slots.
Me too.
What are you going to say to the guards?
I'll persuade them. Be like, look, hey, I mean, there's more to this. We are not like investigators. We were sent to go look for some stuff. We came into this, we found slaves, we found all these things. We took it back to the mayor like we were told to, but I think there's way more to this. If you take this guy out of here and he's innocent, you need to give us a couple hours to go sort something out.
The guards go, look, I understand that you are be able to act on the council behalf, but we are going to have to get permission from the council to delay this any further.
How long
That
will
should
that
take a couple hours. You go do that, and we'll be right back.
You see one of the guys sort of sigh and go, red tape for red tape's sake, fine.
Yeah.
And 3 of the guards go off to the council chambers, and 2 hold back and stay at the inn. What are you guys
Mhm.
going to do?
Sprint
Beeline to the banner.
castle.
Get a little rest.
I don't think we have time for that.
We don't have time. We got to go find Scarum.
I mean, if he's still there. But
If-
on the way, in pursuit of heading towards the mansion, Rebecca will relay that for someone who was a member of the council, speaking of Anders, not wanting to look into further evidence, holding it all for tomorrow, it seems like this is a quick turnaround for getting rid of an ex-council member from Saltmarsh.
We weren't done with our investigation. He just closed our investigation. You know what I'm saying? We said, hey, this is what we got. And then we were railroaded. There we go.
Council members are just politicians. As soon as they see a win, they go for it.
Yeah, right. You're with us then. Can we slow roll this a little bit? Good job. Thanks. Free baguette for Rebecca.
Free bag. But yes, Rebecca or Lily would kind of direct where Galen's mansion is, at least within Saltmarsh.
Over that away.
We just Scooby-Dooing all over the place. Like,
I hope we don't get into combat because I'm not wearing my armor.
What's your armor like on your sundress? What's your armor like on
it's
your
a 12.
sundress?
It's a solid 12.
It definitely has a distraction element, I'm sure.
Yes.
So, as you're taken to the Primewater Mansion. This is a grand 3-story mansion that overlooks the harbour from its elevated position, a testament to the Primewater's family's wealth and influence. It's one of the biggest buildings in Saltmarsh. The building features a solid stone foundation supporting whitewashed wooden upper stories, ornate carvings. Again, there's dolphins, seahorses, stylized waves. This is no money has been wasted on to make this as opulent as possible. A small private dock extends from the property to the water where Galen's personal yacht would normally be moored. Manicured gardens around the mansion, carefully tended flower beds. Yeah, everything screams opulence and wealth here. As you approach, there are 2 Lord's Alliance guards outside the mansion. They blinked, or they sort of hills to attention when they see you. Champions of Saltmarsh. How can I help you today?
We are here to meet with Master Scaling.
I believe he is on the premises. He was there. An hour or so ago. We have not quarantined. We have restricted access to and from this building until further notice. However, for people like you, if you wish to go in, fine. Just please report back to the council members anything you find.
That sounds good enough. Thank you.
we're not
Okay.
deputized
As
or
you
taking oaths or anything. This is great.
As you enter the first door, the main entrance opens into an impressive foyer with grand staircase leading around the upper floors. Lily and Rebecca, you've only seen this from the outside before and from seeing from the windows. Nothing has prepared you for the grandeur that this building is in. It does not look like any Saltmarsh building you've ever seen. Most of them are quite. Even Andor's place is very well presented, very well maintained, but not. This seems gaudy in some cases. It's a little bit over the top, just basically showing off some wealth.
Nouveau riche.
Yes. Portraits of distinguished merchants. Looking around, you recognise they've all got family similarities, so this must be ancestors of the Primewaters. Persian rugs covered polished wooden floors. As you're looking around, you see a doorway to the left. As you start to go through there, you see this going more towards the You could tell with the change in decor that it's going to more to the staffing areas rather than the owners' establishments. There's a maid that's doing some cleaning. She looks up at you and she says, very meekly, "How can I help you, sirs and madam? The guest quarters are that way. This is the staff's areas. How can I assist?"
Oh, sorry to bother you, but we were here to speak with Master Scalen.
Okay. She looks a bit quizzical, but sees that you're sort of you're all gearing ready to go. She's like, Scaren's servants' quarters, second floor, second door on the left. If you take the stairs up there, you'll get to the second floor. And as she does it, you see that she's visibly sort of like distressed about what's been happening and stuff. As she a bit unsure of what's going to happen to her future type thing. You also, from being from Saltmarsh, do not recognize her. It's as if these maids and all that are kept on site and they're very sheltered, should I say, from the rest of the town. As you
Sure.
approach, yeah, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was going to just say she'll nod and like head in that direction that she said.
Okay, so as you approach, you got the chairs. Unlike the opulent main rooms, this area is more modest but still well appointed. They must have treated his staff decently. This is not hovel conditions by any stretch of the imagination. As you get to the second door, you turn. Scaren's door stands slightly ajar. Pushing it open reveals a scene of barely controlled chaos that contrasts sharply what's clearly once an extremely organized space. An overturned desk. A writing desk has been hastily ransacked, its drawers pulled out, and contents scattered across the floor. Quills lie broken, ink has spilled across several papers, although, to be honest, the writing's quite smudged to read. The wardrobe stands open, revealing empty hangers where conservative suits once hung. A few garments remain, those too bulky or obvious to be packed. The bed has just been left, not been stripped. Can I have some investigation checks from you guys, please? I'll go around the room saying who does this sort of stuff. So first of all, Tim, what did you get?
13.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry?
13.
13. Okay, cool. You find a small silver locket under the bed containing a miniature portrait of a middle-aged woman with kind eyes. On the back is an inscription in Luskan dialect that reads, "Until the tide turns, my son." Okay, Al?
15.
15. Okay, half hidden under some scattered papers, a partially completed travel permit bears Scaren's name with Luskan written as a destination, although it's been hastily crossed out and Neverwinter written in a different ink. Lily.
19.
Okay. Wedged behind the small mirror is a small black badge bearing the symbol of a winged serpent. It has been deliberately bent as if someone tried to destroy it but abandoned the effort.
Serpent badge.
Is that a symbol that I recognize or would know of?
Give me a history check.
Not 20. So
Yeah,
that was
you recognize this is the mark of the Zentarum.
what's Centaurum? I forget.
They are
I have my
they are
photos
the
with me.
evil. Yeah, they are the evil slavers, smugglers, pirates of the Sword Coast, way up the north end near the frozen wastes. But they're infamous across the whole of Faerun. However, over the past 6 months or so, they have been very quiet, as if things had happened to them.
So we have some kind of link to Soren and slavers. Cool.
Okay,
I
and
relay that.
Rebecca,
And he's obviously booked it to maybe Luskin or Neverwinter.
maybe. And Rebecca, what did you roll?
16.
16. Okay. Going through the papers, you find a particularly nearly a burned piece of paper, as if it was unfortunately didn't quite get burnt enough as possible. And the only words you can make out is the operation is compromised, recommend immediate, and that's all you can read.
Celebration.
Extraction.
So the room like clearly looks like someone who hastily has.
Oh, it looks like
scattered for
he looks
things
like he
they-
went there, ransacked it, tried to get rid of some evidence, take things, and get the hell out of here.
We gotta check to see what boats just left and where they went.
Okay. So how are you going to the private dock for that? Or are you going to the main
Oh,
dock?
they took the yacht. He took the yacht because the yacht would have been gone, right?
Yep.
They were asking around which direction did the yacht go.
Scarron hastily said he had to pick up something for the master, and he went north. You know, north is Baldur's Gate, and further up Neverwinter. Further up is that way to Luskan. It's way, way away, but it's that way.
Does Scarron always go on errands for?
Scarron runs a lot. He's been his right hand man for many years. He treats all the staff. What you're getting from this is they actually have quite a lot of admiration for Scarron. He's worked his way up through the ranks. He's been very looked at. He's always done well for the staff, and it's always like a look. If we work hard, maybe we can get to that sort of level, and we can start doing things and be important. And yeah, all the staff completely idolize Scarron.
Looking amongst the party, any of this information something we should report to the Alliance?
For sure. He's innocent. This guy's been a Zent the whole time. We can lay that out to the council and they can do what they wish. And that is democracy. Whether or not the Lord's Alliance troops want to take him or not, that's on them. But it does sway that there was a baddie in that guy's group, and there is not enough evidence to say that he was doing nothing more than smuggling. And there's a dang good chance that this dude, who was tied to a group of a Zentarum, is involved with slavery. Now, does GP know this? I don't know. But there is a missing dude right now who is definitely Zentarum.
Would the council just blame it as GP being sympathizers with the Zentarum?
We've got to let them decide. Right? We know what we want. Maybe we chase this ship down, right? I don't know how. If he's a yacht and goes to a two-masted ship, he's out of here. We don't have the means to catch him. I got gust of wind. Wait. But we don't know how big that boat is. You know? Do we take the Lord's Alliance ship to the north and hunt them down? I don't know. I've talked to too many NPCs today.
It's as if there's been lots of lore and lots of things that DM's prepared for all these different possibilities, and you've actually done all the things you needed to do. This is great as a DM.
I
The
mean,
only thing we
currently,
haven't checked is the map. but this seems to be going to the south, and that dude went to the north. And if they were just dealing with like lizard men or something silly like that, then those dudes, they don't care. They don't, nothing's pointing towards those dudes just being bad dudes. You know what I mean? Like, no, I
Okay,
don't
so
know.
so you know that obviously you've been about an hour finding this information out. You come back. Are you going to try to get hold of the council with this information?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So as you get to the council chambers, you see that the council members are still in seating. They're dealing with a few things, and there's obviously quite a lot of internal turmoil going on at the moment. As you approach and enter the chamber, you see the three guards that you had accosted earlier, saying, "Oh, we've been told we have to hold this off. We have to do this." And then Anders is basically, and the councillor saying, "Justice has been served. He needs to go to the Lord's Alliance. He needs to go." As you walk in, they turn to you. It was these people that told us to hold up, officer. Maybe I suggest you talk to them. As they step back and as you walk in, what are you going to say? What?
All of the stuff.
Council
All of the
members.
things that we all mapped out, we're gonna hit A on all of the things. You know, when you're on Elder Scrolls, we take the 5 paragraphs.
Yeah,
and
you
there's
can
like
you
one or
can you
two
can
will
do
go
that.
5
It's fine. You
paragraph,
can do what
5
you want.
paragraph.
If
Yeah.
you don't want to talk about it, I can just give you disadvantage on your rolls. It's your fault.
Oh God. Council
Okay.
members. It would seem that we have further evidence on the case for Galen Prime Water that should probably be considered before shipping him off to Baldur's Gate.
Okay, so as you start discussing it, you go through. The party arrives. You're bringing evidence that Scarin's Zentarum connections. You bring his badge. Anders setting down his quill, his voice steady with a undercurrent of concern. Scarin Wave Chaser. Zentarum agent. In Galen's household. For how long has he been there? He stands up, starts moving around. This explains a great deal. How they knew our patrol schedules, which ships to target, which officials might be receptive to their offers. Show me everything you found. Let's lay this out. If this is the case, as he starts to go through, you see the badge, you see the travel documents, your stuff, and the Black
burnt letter.
Network. I heard rumors that they were expanding along the Source Coast, but I never imagined they'd reach Saltmarsh. This changes. Yes, it was simpling and corruption, but Zentarum, they destabilize entire regions. They So where Scarin's gone north in the yacht, you say?
That's the rumor.
Yeah, there's a yacht. There's a missing
Supposedly-
2-masted ship out there that we're unaware of. There's the big operations. I'm not going to lie,
He's like-
we may or may not have found another ship.
So you're holding out on the council as well.
Take it easy. You haven't done shit with this investigation. So, and I point to the scars on my face and the acid damage from the okra.
He's like, you may find that I pointed you in the right direction. I did my piece.
But we couldn't give up information if we don't know who is the actual bad guy here. It seems to me very clearly that traditionalists and Lord's Alliance folks are definitely bifurcated in this town, which, no offense to you, persuasion check, like, you were very hasty as we were delivering evidence to get the man locked up. Now, if we do all of these things on the up and up and sort this out, the Lord's Alliance and all of us together can come to some happy compromise to how the future grows in this town.
I
That being said-
understand, Anton. I understand where you're coming from. You have not worked in this political field, in fact, ever. Sometimes you need to act with haste, otherwise people get away. Evidence all pointed this direction. Yes, there's some new evidence here, but to be fair, Scarron has been working with Galen for years, and you're trying to tell me that Galen was incompetent enough not to realize that there was a spy in its midst for 40 years?
But didn't you say that Gillen was your family's best friend for years too? Is that the same thing?
My mother and father are dead. I have not had any dealings with Galen for many years.
Okay. What are we going to do about Scarron? Before everybody gets the pantalones too tight here.
As he says that, he sits down and he goes, "Look, Scarron's been in every single council meeting with Galen for years. He's heard every discussion about town security, every plan to improve our defenses.
If
If he's the
Gillen was
spy-
involved, why would he so easily tell us about Scarron?
We thought we bobbed his uncles about his ring, and he was like, "Oh, that stinker."
I don't know if it maybe more competent investigators from Baldur's Gate's able to deal with this. Maybe they can take him to some of the Justicars in Baldur's Gate to get more truth out of him. But to be fair, you capture a man like Galen. If he's that way inclined, he'll throw his own son to the to get away from these sort of things. But,
I'm gonna look at
but this-
Rebecca. Like, to be fair, I don't think Galen's guilty of the worst heinous charge of slavery in this. If every smuggler in this town needs to go to jail, you're going to lose half your town.
More like 3/4.
3/4 of the town. Hey, thanks, Anders. Are you with me on this? So you need to release this man and work it out.
There'll be chaos. This moment in time, I think he needs to stay where he is. If we release him currently, the way that the town has accepted this information, there may be uproar. I believe that we need to leave him in town for now and not ship him off to Baldur's Gate.
Okay.
But for his own safety, I think we should keep him restrained.
Gently restrained. You know, food 3 times a
let
day
her
and all
loose,
the
let her
goodness.
loose.
A couple little walks, you know.
Yeah.
Two things, council members. First, what did you say Skellen's last name was?
Wave Chaser.
Wave chaser.
Is that
Kawasaki.
family name or just given? Is there other wave chasers?
That was- That's the name that he, when he arrived in Saltmarsh, that he gave. There's no other wave chasers around that I'm aware of that in Saltmarsh.
Secondly, is there anyone else outside of this room that knew that council member or ex-council member Galen was due to report to Baldur's Gate momentarily?
Oh, it's been as Anders, they all look at Anders and they roll their eyes. Let's just say the exuberance of youth may have proclamated that this was happening to show that he's able to act with haste and decisions. It's been the whole of Saltmarsh is aware that he has been planned to move as soon as we can.
Can we use the Lord's Alliance ship with the guards that were going north to scare him down right now to try to catch him?
How fast
What
is
if-
this yacht?
What if we get on that ship in Galen's place and go as if we are?
They were
We're
taking
the
Galen
prisoners.
by stagecoach
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
too. If you remember.
Still,
that
we can get on the
wasn't my ship.
stagecoach. Cover
Is there a boat?
stagecoach.
Is there a boat out there?
There's various there's a couple
I mean,
of
we have a
military
boat.
ones, but you have a boat. You do
Yep.
have. He said, but look, if he's from these notes here, if he's sailed a few hours ago, Galen's yacht was one of the fastest in the area.
Okay, so out of reach.
It was very light. Yeah, it's very lightly armored. It's very much. It's a pure luxury speed yacht.
Okay, we gotta send a Scarum's Wanted at least to the north. So that
Yeah,
ship.
I
Okay, so we did that part. Now what? We go south and find out what is going on in the bog to the south?
He says, as I said, it'd be nice to have a day off from this, doing this, but if you wish to discuss this now, he sits down, the council members, and go, what's this about the south that you keep on you keep on saying?
Treasure map. I show him the map with the X on it, like Tidewater. There's some baddies down there. Is that the muscle of the Zentarum? Like who's down there? There's at least a group of dudes that are working as smugglers. Now, this might just be me. Can I do an insight check? Is that all Galen's business? Or is that part of, you know what I mean? Like the sneaky deception size. I'm trying to like figure out, was that Galen or not?
Give me. Actually, no, I'll just be nice because obviously it will sound like I'm being confusing otherwise, and I'm trying not to be completely confused.
No, it's okay. It's just so much.
This is what political intrigue is. This is like a pain in the ass. Lots of different people saying different things, and
Yeah.
you actually give me an insight check from
Crap.
Anton with advantage because I'm being nice.
Thank God. Oh my God. I don't care. I just go, this politics, it sucks. The highest I got was a 7. So I'm like, yeah, poop.
Yeah,
Oh, guys. Albacore, please help me out.
From this, you're not sure of what's really happening. There's lots of conflicting information. I.e., is it Galen? Is it the Loyalists? Is it now Zentarum have come in? Andor's, every time you're dealing with him, he is giving you political answers for sure. He is very much, the way he's answering, it doesn't sound 100% truthful, but it doesn't sound 100% lies. And you're not sure if it's just the way, that's the way he talks. He's a very young politician trying to make a mark for himself, to sort of make a move. He has made a few sort of hastily blunders maybe on this one to move things along, but you know, especially from your time in the Lord's Alliance, it's actually worse to not make decisions than to make the wrong one sometimes. And it's so you're not quite sure. He definitely, you're putting this down to like youthful exuberance more than outright deception on Anders' behalf. He just looks like he's trying to make a name for himself.
And is it an accumulative effort? Like, is Anders discussing it with all the council members, or is he kind of like taking the forefront of the decision making for this particular topic?
No, he seems to be adding in, and actually, you've not really dealt with a lot of the council members in their entirety. You've only ever dealt with them one-on-one. And just give me 2 seconds. As you're going through, there's, from this discussion, there are normally, there's 2 traditionalists. One's Ida, which is owns the largest official fleet. You've met her before, Ida Owell. The other traditionalist is Galen. Obviously, let's just say there's a little hole in that at the moment. The loyalist side, you've got Anders, and you've got Eleander Fireborn, which is the Lord's Alliance representative. You've also got a neutral council member, which is Manistrad Copperlocks, which is the mining dwarf that runs the mining various things there. So in this conversation, when you're going through, they are all talking. No one is over talking. There's a bit of heated information. Look, this is a council member. They're never going to see eye to eye on lots of things. But they are all deeply concerned that if they've got it wrong on Galen, they want to find out why. Anders isn't trying to overrule them. He is happily going along with it to sort of see what's happening and various things, but they were all, with the evidence that was portrayed and given, they don't believe they made the wrong call on this, but they need to have actual. They're concerned about the Scarron route. However, they know Galen wasn't he was always a very astute businessman, very on the ball, and for someone like Scarron to have covered his tracks that well within that household is something that they don't see happening. That's why they're a bit concerned about. Is Galen just trying to fob it off on Scarron, or is it an actual Zentarum thing they're not sure. It's very confusing for them as well. So they're not sure what's happening. But the loyalists are, which is Anders and Iliander, they're very keen on that law is followed. The moment the evidence points that way, that's what this is going. But that's now been thrown into a little bit of.
It felt like the council stood up and was like, lock him up, as opposed to more like Anders was like, lock him up.
Yep.
I
Yes.
got you. Well,
So speaking to the party, Rebecca will suggest, should we send the Alliance or the guards to investigate? Because we only checked Scalen's room, but if there's other Zentarum artifact throughout the rest of the manor, perhaps that can see if, or at least weed out if Galen's trying to cover his own. And then we can go south to investigate the rendezvous.
whatever that was. Yeah, whatever the other exchange was. The only reason I say that is this boat is a variable. It is, you know what I mean? Like, no, Galen didn't know about this boat, but Scarron apparently knew about this boat. This boat was going to go talk to somebody who doesn't speak common very well. There's another loose end.
Okay. So as you are going through that, and you're mentioning about this south, you mentioned in the broken English, Ida, what the make sure I get the name right, just to make sure of this. Was it Ida, the other traditionalist?
Yeah,
Ida Richard.
She's
Yeah,
on owns
Yeah,
large fishing boat.
Ida's sort of like the only settlement that I'm aware of down there in the marshes is it's a village of lizard folk.
We know about them.
They've always been peaceful. They've never attacked us. They've never had any issues with doing things for us. So we've kind of left them be. But your discussion about them after weapons, after things like that, the last thing we want to do is to have. We don't want them to be armed across their side of things. But look, I will reiterate here, the rest of the council are new. They won't have the history here. But if you do go and look and see what's happening, but can you investigate? Don't cause hostility between the lizard folk. Find out what's happening. Do some due diligence. Looking at Anders, she says, we know what moving hastily into things can cause. We need to ensure that we are doing this in a thought out and methodical way.
All I want to know, if the lizard folk are just down there doing, they're farming and they're fishing and hanging out doing tribe guy stuff and it's normal, or is there like a dude down there that doesn't fit in, that's kind of scaring them? You know what I mean? Or the Zentarum moving everybody against each other. If the southern flank is good to go, then the campaign's over. We won.
As I said, I'll reiterate again, this is an investigation, not a military operation. Your job is to find their settlement, observe their capabilities, intentions, determine what they know, why are they after these weapons, what's happening,
and blow them up. JK, LOL. PMP.
She's like,
LMAMFO.
Cal, if you want, they're pretty strong. They are pretty strong. So, Anton, look, your naval experience will tell you what coordinated underwater movements mean. Look, see what happens. Find out. See what happens. You might find some more about the lizard folk, but
That's the FAFO tactic. Totally familiar.
right. But look, we understand that you're champions of Saltmarsh, but we also understand that you don't do these things for free.
Yeah.
For what
We
you're
also do
doing
it-
here, we'll give the champions of Saltmarsh 500 gold pieces if you go investigate these lizard folk, see what's
Each?
happening. No. They draw a map out and they give you a map of where the layer is. Based on that, Anton, you look and it is in line with where they were dropping off for the rendezvous point. So it does translate.
Okay. Well, let's just see
And
if there's any more loose ends.
Was Anders supposed to pay us for our work? I know he hired us, but I can't remember if he
think
gave
so.
us money already or if he was supposed to give us money.
No, on that, Anders walks up and gives you the 200 gold pieces that he had said that it was going to be. And he's like, job well paid, well done. And at that point, as you pick up the 200 gold, you see a little gold crown appear on your head. It go, ba-da-da-ling, as you all feel more experienced and more powerful. And
I'm guessing
Yeah.
these lizard folk are pretty tough.
you hear, you hear, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da, as everyone does when you level up.
Yeah.
So you guys have all leveled up to level 3, which is a good thing for you guys because you get your subclass stuff finally.
Yes.
To reiterate,
Do you guys think you could? Did you guys think you can do that reasonably sharpish, or would you prefer to do it after the session?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
is the council sending word to Neverwinter to look out for Galen, and then also investigating Galen's mansion?
Yep, they are sending the forces in those 2 directions for you. Can I
Just wanna
have
do it on
some
fire?
insight? Can I have some insight checks for you guys as well, whilst you're randomly trying to level your characters up? Just so I can mess with your minds a little bit more whilst I'm doing.
Oof,
Well,
8.
we can have some reprieve if we select the wrong thing, though. Like, I don't like that.
Yeah, I'll be nice to you. Just if you
I
pick the
just- I
wrong
got-
subclass, you're screwed. That's your own fault.
I think
What are we rolling?
I rolled.
Insight.
A 3.
Oh,
You
not
know
great.
diddly squat, Rebecca. Ignore that.
I got an
Lily?
8.
You know diddly squat,
Ugh.
Anton.
I also know diddly squat in the form of an 8.
Nice, Lily. What have you rolled as an insight check?
I'm with Al and also rolled an 8.
Oh,
my
that's
goodness.
brilliant. You guys you're like, God, is this how? What you are taking from this is you always believed that behind the scenes, the council always made the right decisions, always went in the right directions for the good of the community, for the good of the thing. You're like, do these guys know what they're doing? Did they make it? What's happened here? But are they always like this? So you're seeing a little bit. You're not quite sure what's happening. You don't know who to believe, what to happen. It's just as if they're all talking in sort of forked tongues and trying to get one up from each other. It's like proper politics. You know what happens in closed council chambers? It's that level of stuff. So on that note, who's finished leveling up their characters? I see yours. I see done. Okay, so we start with Al. What did you take at level 3? Just so people are aware.
I am still reading, but I'm thinking College of Eloquence.
Nice.
'Cause that's the most talky one.
Nice, nice. Okay. And what does that actually do for you if you're going down that route? Just so
For right now, it gives me Silver Tongue, which is I'm the master of saying the right thing at the right time. So
that sounds like Al. That sounds like Al. That's
Yeah. And then Unsettling Words.
Okay. I won't ask you about spells for now because you can do them. You need a second level spell as well now. I think you get. Or was it, I can't remember if bards get them at level 3. I can't remember. So I know you get spells, but I'm not sure if you get level 2s. So we'll then go
Yes, I
to
do.
Anton. What did you get, Anton? What did you do, Anton?
Okay, so I've got a dragon origin of sorcery. I think it's draconic origin. And I'm glad
Nice.
we had this discussion a while back. So I think I had a crazy dreams about a dragon, as I was sitting there. And I've got things like dragon breath, which is pretty tight. So that's gonna be
You
kind
also
of
and you also get
ultra
dragon scales, which give you your charisma modifier to your armor class as well.
That's correct. I went from an 11 to 14 armor class.
Yeah. Nice. Okay.
Let's
And
see.
I'll go to. And then you got some more spells. You get some various things. So you can work your spells out. That's fine. Lily, what did you go for?
Obviously, life cleric.
Oh, the best.
Somebody's got to heal everybody, right? we learned a
my
lesson
God.
last campaign.
Yeah, and my God, can life clerics heal? They heal very well.
Yeah.
I have an out for my disguise because I can alter self now as the draconic. I can totally switch this. I don't have to be this guy anymore. Fantastic.
You can look like a paladin if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, and Rebecca.
I went Oath of Vengeance Paladin.
Ooh. Well, who are you mad at?
Everyone loves an oath of vengeance. So you've sworn an oath of vengeance against the Sahugan that attacked your family.
Oh yeah. Let's not run into them anytime soon.
Nice. So you are. Was talking to the approach. They say there's 2 ways of approaching the layer of the lizard folk. One is via sea. No chance of being hidden on the sea. They will see the boat. They'll know what you're doing, but that's your choice. Or they say if you go south around the coast and then head across the marsh, and they give you a map of where it is. It's about a day's travel, but you have a chance of being unseen or unheard. But it's obviously depend on what approach you guys want to take, because you guys are the masters of this story.
If we're supposed to just observe, right, like, and not engage, then probably let's go the sneakier route.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm totally gonna dress up like a lizard man. Ooh, I have Gust of Wind as a spell now. We can like permanently travel fast on a boat. This works great.
As if the plan is coming together, everyone. As if the plan is coming together.
Misty Step away.
Okay. How do you wish to? Obviously, it's late in the evening at the moment.
Oh, we need a rest for sure.
You might need a long rest because who needs spell slots? Apparently, they're overrated by everybody. You can just don't worry about it.
Oh, Misty Step's no longer a reaction? Lame.
It never was.
Really?
It was a bonus action.
Oh, got you. Ooh, do I want knock? Yeah, we're gonna go back on the boat and rest and like aim towards the south. Can't we just sleep there?
I mean, it's kind of our boat now.
Can we sleep on the
You just
boat?
confused
We
me.
have to drive it, though, right?
You've just confused me.
Oh yeah,
I thought you said you were going the sneaky route by land, and you've just said you want to get back on your ship.
Oh.
So I'm confused. Which do you want to do? Just so I know.
I think the sneaky route
Sneaky.
because they're really good at water tactics and they could sink our boat. Does that make sense?
Plus,
Yeah,
we don't
yeah,
want to be
yeah.
seen. We just want to observe.
Yep. We'll take the walkie route. Sorry, I was picking spells while walking.
Don't text and walk.
You know you can't multitask.
I'm getting rid of gust of wind, I'll tell you that much.
Why?
Because I don't need it right now.
You're a sorcerer. You know you can't change your spells. You can only change them on level up, right?
Oh, so I get to only prepare them once. Ugh.
Yeah, you're not a wizard. You get to pick your. You obviously, because we've done this as a bit of a rest. You can obviously before the next session you can change it, so that will be nice.
I would have
However,
done.
once you change your spells as a
Yep.
sorcerer, you can only modify one. You can only remove one and add another one on a level up.
Got it. Got it.
Okay.
Well, I'll keep gust of wind. Bless you.
Maybe you can knock over a lizard guy.
Okay. So you go home. You rest for the evening with conflicting information in your heart of did you do the right thing? Have you found the right information? What's happening here? But you know that you've done the right thing in terms of stopping Galen from being sent off to Baldur's Gate, find some more information out and make some more decisions based on that. But my God, you didn't sign up for this level of politics. You've signed up for just sorting out and making some money and adventuring, but seems to have been sort of drawn in by the political ramifications of all the different areas, of the different factions. In the morning, you meet up, you have some freshly baked bread before you leave. The morning mist still clings to the harbour as you leave Saltmarsh behind, following the old smuggler's path that winds south along the coast. The familiar sounds of the fishing town, creaking ropes, calling gulls, and gently laps of waves against the docks gradually fade behind you as you venture into the wild lands beyond. The path remains solid enough, a worn track that through a hardy coastal grasslands that are bent and whisper in the salt-tinged breeze. To your right, the Sea of Swords stretched out endlessly towards the horizon, its surface catching in early sunlight. To your left, the land gradually softens, becoming increasingly marshy as freshwater streams from inland mix with the tidal influences of the coast. Within a few hours of walking, the character of the landscape changes dramatically. The solid ground gives way to a maze of channels, mudflats, and patches of seemingly solid earth that may or may not support your weight. Tall marshland grasses, some reaching above your heads, create a natural labyrinth that limits visibility to just a few dozen feet in any direction. The airs grow thick and humid, heavy with the scent of brackish water, decomposing vegetation, and an earthy primordial smell that speaks of ancient waters and secrets buried in the mud. You recognize this smell as what was in that chamber on Saltmarsh, where the three bunks where you found the trade bars. Insects buzz constantly around your heads, mosquitoes, biting flies, and strange iridescent beetles that seem to watch you with an almost unsettling intelligence. Just a bit of heads up for you guys. It's the first time you've probably been in a marsh for doing these sort of things. The marsh is never truly quiet. You've got a constant symphony of natural sounds around you. You've got squelching and pops of your boots pulling free from the suckling mud, splashes of unseen creatures that move through the shallows in different channels in different areas. Rustlings of grass. Is it the wind? Or is something else moving just out of your sight? Call birds, both familiar and strange. Piercing cries of marsh hawks and an occasional sound that you can't identify. the odd bubbling of sound as air escapes the marshes. What do you guys want to do as you've just entered the marshland? You know roughly the direction. You are told by the map that there is a big tree several hundred feet in to the left, and then you can bear round to the right, and it's that sort of way. But you know you're in for a heavy, potentially day of travel through the marshlands.
We don't have like a druid or a ranger with us, so yeah.
Rebecca will send out Oz, her Osprey familiar, to kind of give overhead sight, just to make sure that they're headed in the right direction.
That's cool.
Okay, so as the morning, the mist is rising from warmer waters. Because you can look through her eyes, can't you, to see things?
Yes.
Yep. As you're looking around, it's a very eerie sight going across the mist, looking across the marsh from this distance from the ground. All the low points, even up to the midpoints, are all covered in mist, and you just see in small little islands all throughout the place that must be the higher ground. It's quite an eerie, spooky place. However, you do notice that you see a tree in the distance, a good, probably say a mile or two in on the left-hand side, and you are heading in the right direction for that to happen.
Have we heard any like recent news about the marshes, or stay away, or any warnings?
You were always told to stay away from this as parents because, as children, let's just say if you stray too far, mud has a habit of claiming you as its own.
Bog people.
People. ROUSs.
As you're venturing into the wetlands, you are actually give me some perception checks, please.
Oh boy. Here comes an 8. Hey, a 4. Goodness, you are fired. Fired. That's it.
19.
19. Al?
30-20.
1.
Rebecca? Okay, so Rebecca and Anton, no, nothing.
I'm singing songs.
You're
I'm
actually,
being loud.
you're
please.
actually quite. You're like, this is pretty good. This is fine. However, the other two of you, you are distinctly getting the impression that you are not alone. Even looking around, you can't ever see anything. It's not something you can put your finger on. In fact, there's no obvious signs of pursuit anywhere. But your sort of like the primitive part of your brain is like, the fuck is happening here? Keep an eye. What's happening? Maybe it's like the way certain sort of bird calls cease when you get into certain areas, or maybe the occasional glint of something. But no, it's really weird. You're not sure if it's like the marsh playing tricks with your eyes or something like that. But this is not a pleasant place to be. If you're a bit more less aware of things, you don't really notice these things. But you two, you're picking up, and you're sort of like hairs on the back of your head, back of your neck, are sort of like something's up. This doesn't feel right at all.
This is great. Everything's fine. Splish splash. Ooh, it's juicy
Make it
ground.
quieter.
Hey guys, does it seem like somebody's following us or watching us?
It sure does.
That's weird.
Maybe a little more discretion, friends.
Oh. Désolé.
Oh, what could possibly go wrong? It's fine.
I don't know, Pete. Let's find out.
Yeah. Okay. So as the afternoon turns turns afternoon, so as midday turns to afternoon, sorry, you're noticing that, especially from your view of from your osprey, Rebecca, you are noticing that the mist clears, revealing the full scope of the wetlands. Sun beats down mercilessly, creating steaming humidity that makes every breath feel quite thick.
Oh, so it's
The
like
water
Florida. So it's this outside right now.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like this is marshland upon. Yep. The water reflects the sky like broken mirrors scattered throughout the landscapes. You're looking through and you're seeing just verses. You're seeing wildlife move. You're seeing the odd snake. You're seeing the odd sort of smallish alligator in certain areas, sort of popping up and coming down. You're seeing lots of mud, sort of various parts of mud with bubbles coming through the mud and various sort of noxious gases being released.
Excuse me.
Are those fire spouts or something? Princess Bride?
Oh yeah,
Not
yeah.
quite that bad, no. It's not
They
quite
do
that bad.
an
No.
odd popping sound.
Yeah.
We can avoid that.
As in a previous campaign, I described a very similar thing, and my players called it the bog of nope. We're not going anywhere near that. The bog of nope. We're not going anywhere near it. So.
Okie dokie then.
I keep on walking.
You keeping on walking, are you? That's always nice.
I mean, we could stealth a little bit, I suppose, if we feel like we're being watched. Yeah, we could stealth a bit.
If you're stealthing a bit, I need disadvantage checks on everybody because of the noise you're making walking through the marshland. Because it's quite hard to be quiet.
Yeah, well, I fucked us. I can't stop singing traveling songs. Les oignons, frites, oui, les oignons.
I rolled a pair of 2s, so
nice.
Well done.
That'll be a 6 for me.
I got
Lily?
an 11.
And Rebecca.
19.
Oh,
what? With
Which is
disadvantage
high.
on a stealth?
Yeah, I rolled a 19 and a 17 plus 2.
Well done, you. That's like well impressive. Okay. Let's just say the others didn't. Let's just say the others didn't quite do as well as that. Okay, it's a simple, honest answer. They may not have been quite as useful as that. Okay. As you start to approach, you know that the tree was a good mile and a half away. Walking through this, even at the pace you're doing, even trying to be stealthy, takes you best part of 2 to 3 hours to cover that distance in the marsh. As you start to approach, you see the tree in front of you, and the ground actually by the tree looks a lot firmer than any other place that you've seen. Whilst you're there, it's coming up to now to sort of late afternoon is where you've got to for this. You can see across to where you need to get to for the lizard folk, the lizard lair. You reckon that's a similar distance away? And you have a choice now that you can either stay near this tree or progress on to the lair, and you'll probably get to the lair around dusk.
I mean, how close do we really want to get? Like, I just want to be able to see it. I don't have to be like in the lair.
Should we rest first before we go to this place? Or spying on them at night is also good.
I mean, I'm down for a rest.
Hey, go to the tree. I feel like he's really pointing at this tree. Maybe we'll go to the tree. We're gonna go to the tree, or we tree. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Tout la moi. And I start running up to it.
Okay, so as you get to the tree, again, this is as you start to get closer to the tree. It's the first time in what feels like days. Well, you know it's only been 4 or 5 hours, but that you actually have solid ground underneath your feet, as if the tree has dried out quite a lot of the area around here using its roots. It's actually quite a nice feeling. You're not squelching and everything like that. Do you want to set up a camp? Do you want to do anything? What's the plan?
Do we want to just hang here until dusk and then go try to move in on them at night?
Oh, that's a good idea. Well, at least check our surroundings a little bit, make sure if something was following us, right?
Well, you've got Rebecca's familiar that can fly and see things.
Rebecca?
Yes, send out Oz to survey the area. It doesn't look like there's many trees to.
No, this is
Stop
the
a
biggest
walk.
tree that you could. This is the biggest. This was. They just known this is the signpost tree. It was the area that you go there. It then had. You know that it's past this way on thing. As you start to, you send out your bird to sort of look around. There's quite a lot of wildlife in the marsh. There's lots of various, and the hawk is getting a little bit distracted by some of the smaller bits that are moving because hawks being hawks. However, you do notice that probably take you 2.5, 3 hours of crossing the marsh to get to where you would need to sort of look at where the lizard folk are.
I'll report that back.
Okay, so you're as you're waiting for a little bit of time, obviously waiting for the night to sort of settle in. As you're waiting underneath the branches of the gnarled tree of the ancient willow, the marsh around you seems to take on the hushed quality of evening, just as you start to move ready to progress. The dying light filters through the moss in golden shafts to the light. The water laps gently against the exposed roots of the tree. Al, with your passive perception, you notice a faint glimmer in the distance, perhaps a quarter of a mile away. Through the maze of channels and reeds beds at first glance, it might be nothing more than the last rays of sunlight or reflection in the water. But there's something wrong with the colour. Instead of a warm gold of sunset, this light pulses with an unsettling green-blue radiance, like moonlight filtered through a deep ocean water.
Hey, you guys see that weird light?
Oh, it looks like moonlight coming filtering through ocean water or something.
Also, the light, when you're saying this, the light doesn't remain stationary. As you watch, it begins to move.
Ah,
Not with the
shit.
steady progress of travelers walking on a path, but with an almost playful bobbing motion as it dips low towards the water surface, causing ripples to spread outwards in perfect circles, then rises again just to hover above the breached cattails.
Oh,
Will the
oh
wisp?
no. Yeah. Oh no. Ah. Shoot her! You hear it?
The movement, the movement is hypnotically graceful, just like a firefly the size of a torch dancing to music only it can hear.
Oh, it's pretty.
For a moment, it seems to pause, and you could swear it's looking in your direction. But well, it's a ball of light. I don't know how it can look in anywhere, but it's what you're presuming.
That's a pretty light.
Stay away from the lights.
Yeah, seems legit. Hang on.
Can I cast
that?
like detect magic or something like that?
You can cast detect magic if you want to cast detect magic.
I just kind of want to see what this thing is. Okay, I need to. I guess I just cast.
If you cast it as a spell, as a slot, you cast it as a spell slot. If you want to do it as a ritual, it costs you 10 minutes.
I'm gonna do it as a spell slot. Okay. All right. Do I see anything? Do I detect anything? So
2 seconds. Let me just. Nothing is glowing additionally, but this creature, this ball is glowing quite happily on its own.
Like it has an additional glow that indicates magic?
No, it's just a standard glow that it had already in the first place.
Paladin, can you detect evil on this thing?
Can paladins detect evil these days?
I'll do an Arcana check. Can I do that?
Oh wait, I do have divine sense.
What does divine sense do?
Oh my god,
For
I'm
the
so
next
tired
10
of
minutes
rolling
or
dice
until
today.
you have the incapacitated condition, you know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet, and you know its creature type in the same radius. You also detect the presence of any place, object that has been consecrated or desecrated, as with the hollow spell.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. So if you want to do that.
We just got a cool raid. Thanks, guys.
Yes, I will try to do that.
Okay. Just on the edge of your sight, as the ball of light is bouncing around, you do sense undead, and you sense that it's definitely an undead spirit of some kind.
Ew, gross.
I think I have something for
Um,
undead now.
Getting undead spirit energy coming from that.
That gives me
As
the
you do that, you sort of sense it, then you feel that as you look closer, it seems to sort of bounce, and then split into two. Not sure if it's split into two or there's one hiding behind the other one, but there's two balls.
Wait a minute, is this like Top Gun where they're like, it's not two MiGs, it's four? And then, you know,
I was more
It
thinking
could
like
be.
Frodo in the bog. Don't follow the lights and don't fall in.
we could shoot it with a magic missile. That's what I'm about to do. You said these are bad?
I said that they're undead.
Undead.
Let's go.
Does it detect alignment on that as well, Rebecca, or is it just undead and type?
Just undead in type.
I feel like
Okay,
undead
so
kind of implies bad.
Let's discuss it over its corpse.
Okay, if that case, then can I have some initiative, please?
Oh god.
Okay,
Ooh,
Pete,
Skylar, we get to
question.
play the cool battle music.
I want to clarify. So for Channel Divinity turn undead, I present my holy symbol and censure undead creatures. Then each undead creature of my choice turns away. So I haven't like scooped up a little holy symbol, right? Like that doesn't just magically appear in my bag.
You've definitely got a holy symbol because you wouldn't be able to
Okay.
cast any of your spells.
Got it.
So, on that note, what's the new rules for turning undead to a 2/4 cleric? Give me a second. I just need to make sure they don't do anything weird because look, we all know things just change in this game now.
It says that each undead creature of your choice within 30 feet of you must make a DC 13 Wisdom saving throw. If it fails, it's frightened or incapacitated for a minute, and it tries to run away from me.
Is there anything about what CR creatures that affects anymore?
Not that I see.
Okay, cool. Because it used to be under a certain level you could destroy them and all that sort of stuff. So I just wanted to make sure that was what happens.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I am prepared for battle.
All right, cool. So can I have roll some dice, and obviously I got to get this right for the guys being annoying with their numbers these days. You see. So did anybody get 20 or above? See, I'll say it differently for you guys now because you get RC with
I
me.
get. Nope.
Nope.
No bonus.
Okay. Did anybody get 15 and above?
I got a 19.
19. Nice. Okay. Okay. Anybody got above 11? Okay. Anybody got above 6?
9.
I think the Will-O-Wisps had the jump on us. I'm just saying. Yeah, it's 20. Yeah, 20. Yeah, we're all the 6 side basically.
Okay, and what did you get? So you got 2.
Damn it.
Just want to make sure on the cleric thing a minute. So you do that, present thing. So basically, within 30 feet of you, each undead within 30 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
Okay. Currently, they're 60 feet away. The ones you can see, because that was right on the limit of his detect thing. So just to let you know, so
Okay.
they're currently 60 feet away from you.
And I need them
So
inside
just to
30.
keep, I just want to make sure that you don't waste it for the distance on that. So could we go to the battle map view just so we can see?
Oh yeah. Skylar, you with us, buddy?
I gotta log back into Zoom. Shoot.
Okay. Al, you are up first. What do you want to do?
Thanks, Kyle.
These things are 60 feet away. And Bove is not with us, correct?
Now, Bove is with you. He's just sleeping. He's hungover from the partying.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna hold my action and see if these things are aggressive. They haven't done. I think they're pretty.
What are you
So-
explicitly saying? So you're holding your action for what?
If they attack any of my homies, then I am going to do something horribly vicious. I just don't know what
They
it is
mock
yet.
them?
I need to know what you're doing because that's the whole point of the hold action.
Yeah,
So
I'm working on it. Give me a second. If they do something mean, I'm going to say something mean and use dissonant whispers.
Okay, cool.
1 sec. I'll be back to the map in 2 seconds. I gotta focus it.
That's fine. Lily. They're currently 60 feet away, just to remind you.
Sorry, I'm trying to bring Zoom back up.
It's okay, we just lost the map, so just doing some mappy stuff. So they're about 60 feet away from you is the easiest way of doing it. You're in an area that's flat. So simple enough that...
Yep. Oh, I think I had a cool spell for this.
Oh, that couldn't be any worse.
Oh, nope, that's 5 feet. Ooh, I have Sacred Flame. The flame-like radiance descends on a creature that you can see within range. Target must succeed a dex saving throw. It does not benefit from half cover or 3/4 cover for this save, and it is a 60-foot range. It is a cantrip.
So you're casting that on this little creature, are you?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Why do you
Just
ask like that, Pete?
Because I was just asking, what's this little ball of light done to you yet? Oh,
It's undead.
Right, okay.
It's therefore evil. Therefore bad.
Okay. So dexterity saving throw, yeah?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, they're fine. They just, as you lob your ball of fire, it goes up, arcs down, and you see this little ball, the most livest little ball of light in the world, just sort of basically spin, let's like go round your fire as it's going down the floor, and then come up, as if it was playing with it to not get hit.
Okay.
This is
Okay.
that awkward thing where I'm learning how to play at level 3 really, really fast.
Wait, what new
I
spells
know.
did I get?
Yeah, exactly.
I know. I'm so evil. I'm so nasty. On that,
And it's weird too, because some of my
Lily.
first levels can be done at second level, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, they can. Yeah, they can. Yeah.
Oh, I have a lot of learning to do.
The two will-o'-the-wisps, seeing Lily casting that spell on them, they start spinning around each other and they zoom straight in to Lily.
Oh no.
Oh no! Am I lich now? Because Pete's done this shit before.
Not at this level.
Yeah, not at level 3, Pete. Come on, man.
As these two little balls start going around, and you as usual, two little zaps of electricity come out of one of each of the balls and try to hit you.
Zip zap zowie. Okay.
There's a 19 and a 17.
Oh, you know it does. Yeah.
Okay. First one does 8 lightning damage on you as you get a little electrocuted. Second one does 9 electrical damage to you.
Are you still alive? Is our cleric? Whoa, you're going after our cleric first. That is not chill.
I have 30 hit points,
Okay, cool.
so I
cool,
have
cool,
13
cool,
left. I'm gonna need to heal
And
myself. Yeah.
Also, what you got to remember, she attacked them first. They just went for her after, okay? Al, as this one comes in and you've seen them attack your friend at this point, you can use your readied action.
Yep, I will yell something like, "You guys aren't pretty, you're mean." And Dissonant Whispers, that's a whiz save of 14.
13, so that one of them fails.
Yay. All right,
How much damage do you do?
we are looking at
Damage.
16.
How much?
16 points of psychic.
16? That sounds
Yeah.
broken to me. Okay, you see this one's light slightly fade.
Ooh.
Guess it wasn't broken enough, was it?
Rebecca, you're up.
Rebecca's gonna move into the one that attacked Lily and got psychic damaged. And she's gonna use True Strike to change her weapon damage to radiant against it.
Nice. Okay.
Oh, that's a problem for another day.
Still one attack. Uh, 14 to hit.
Yep, you go through, try to hit this again. It basically flies around your weapon as if it's trying to make fun of you for not hitting it.
Oh, nobody makes fun of Becky.
Nice. With her bonus action,
Wasn't it to cast True? The thingy was, doesn't that end up being a bonus action to do that?
I want to say that's cantrip action. Let me check.
Yeah, well, I can't
Yes,
remember. You
it's
see, that's what.
cantrip
Yes.
action with your attack.
Okay.
Bonus action, she'll cast
This music is
Hunter's
just
Mark on the other will-o-wisp, and you'll hear just like a hawk screech in the air.
As
That's
you
its name.
cast the Hunter's Mark on it, you hear one of you hear laughing come from that will-o'-the-wisp.
And then that'll end my turn. I'll try and get as close as possible to him as well.
So, from behind you, another will-o'-wisp appears and runs up to Al.
three will-o'-wisps.
Yep.
I'm running out of minis.
Oh well.
Just kidding.
Hey, Skylar, can you let me into the Zoom meeting, please? If you're listening.
It's in the chat. Oh, you gave me a
No,
minute.
I'm waiting to be let in.
Oh. He's on his way. He was making dinner.
Thank you.
Okay, Al, does 18 hit you?
Nope. Yeah, of course it does.
Okay. Only 7 points of electrical damage as you get zapped by the willow.
Okay, only 1/3 of my health. No big deal.
Anton, you're up.
Okay. In terms of damage, because I've been scrambling, does any of them look pretty jacked up? Like there's
One-
two
one is-
on.
There's two that have not been hit at all. One is looking like he's on. His light is glowing hot, and you can make
You know
what that means.
We can't be having Albacore get hurt. I'll be like, no, lad, I've got you, garçon, and I'll launch a chromatic. Whoop! I'm gonna bonus action innate sorcery. My eyes turn silver. What kind of dragon is that? And I grab the chromatic orb and I chuck it. Very thundery in this case. Come on, don't.
When you say chromatic orb, so was that second level, first level spell, second level spell, or are
I would
you
like to do
using
a
the sorcery?
first level 3d8, please.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I know. Just so I know what you're doing.
19 to hit.
Just.
Oof. Okay. All right.
I like to see their expressions when I say that. Look at that. Did you see? Did you see?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10 thunder damage.
Hang on, just checking something.
I know the guy that just popped up.
When you say thunder, you mean lightning, yeah?
No, chromatic orb. Chromatic orb
Is there
has
an
a
actual? Is there an actual?
thunder option now. Good sir. I would not lie. We're reading the words.
No, it's not that. It's not that. I'm just trying to.
I love that you don't believe me.
No, it's not that. It's I'm looking at some
Yeah.
various things.
Oh, to see if it's resistant.
Yeah.
It's not. If you're wondering, it's not. Because I would have told you were shooting us with lightning. I'm like, no, I'm a sorcerer. I would not shoot you with what you shot me with. You must be real good at that.
How much damage is that?
42. 9, 10.
Yeah, he's very, very dim now.
Albacore! No!
Actually, no, you hit the one that was on him. Okay, it's not dimmed. That one's just 11 damage on. Okay, cool. This one. Right, top of the round, Al, you're up. You've got this ball of light that seems to be zipping around your head faster than you've ever seen anything moving.
Fuck, boy!
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna make fun of it for being little and
Yeah.
do a vicious mockery.
Aren't you little?
Not as little as that.
I don't know what kind of magic he has, but his words can be like real rude and specific towards people. Like he says something mean, it doesn't hurt
You
me.
say
but
so.
like-
You say something mean to it, and it just replies back and say, "Well, you're small as well."
Wait, the will-o-wisps can talk? Oh, shoot.
Okay,
Roger that.
you're right. I am small. I didn't think of that.
Oh, Albator. No.
Lily, your turn.
Okay, I figured this out. I'm going to use guiding bolt. You hurl a bolt of
On
light
which-
towards a creature.
On
The
which one?
bad, because I got 120 feet of range on this one. So the one that was like
Okay, cool.
half him.
Yeah, cool.
It's 20 plus 5. 10. Whiff.
Yeah, miss.
Yeah, it just needs a little bit.
It's just, yeah. Actually, when you cast it, this ball of like guiding light flies towards the wisp. You see the wisp start playing with it and trying to feed off the light, but it doesn't seem to work, and then he lets it go past him.
I'm having a real one, y'all.
And you still didn't heal yourself.
I wanted to knock the thing out. I got 13 points left.
First one tries to attack you, Lily,
Because
And
of
fell.
resistance, Peter.
and fails miserably.
Okay.
Second one tries to hit you. And does a 14 hit you?
It does not.
Ah, there you go. Bounces off your armor.
Do you have armor on, Lily?
Yes.
Okay.
Rebecca,
So I have a
you're up.
shield.
Oh, nice.
Just a
so
shield. You must have armor as well.
I'm trying to look at what I've got. Oh, chain shirt.
So since Divine Favor isn't concentration, she'll cast that as a bonus action on her weapon as well, and then True Strike attack with her weapon.
Okay, go for it.
$15.
That misses.
You sound too
Is it
excited
again?
about this.
Yeah,
miss
I
being
didn't
your-
realize how.
I miss being your DM. You know what I mean? So we can get, we can shoot back and forth at each other every weekend. This is not fair. Never again. Sorry that I can't get this camera to focus. The Texas
That's
sunlight.
okay. We can see what's
to
happening.
Sauron, to Cloud, to Sauron.
Oh, there's a. Yeah, it hits. I'm not going to ask you what that is because I'll get beaten up for saying what it is. So it hits you. 7 points of damage to that one.
Okay.
Anton, you're up.
Okay, same thing. At Albacore's guy. Albacore, duck! Duck, dude, duck!
He doesn't need to duck. He's short.
21 to
That's not
hit,
nice
sir,
at all.
with the orb of chromatic, silver eyes, and a thunder.
That definitely hits.
And another 10 damage. Man, oh man. The lords of the D&D are nerfing me this week.
He's not looking very well, that one, now.
You're gonna have to say Rubian words to it.
Top of the round, Al.
I say, dang, those orbs look like they hurt. That's another attempt at vicious mockery.
14.
Beats it.
Oh,
All right.
Oh.
Well,
Amateur.
yeah, this is the end, friend.
Not if I can help it.
Lily, it's your turn.
Okay, let me look. Not inventory spell. Okay. How bad does Al look?
I have 7.
He looks like about a third healthy.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna cast healing word on Al.
Nice.
What level?
First level.
That's 2d4 then, plus your
2d4 plus my mod. Down the tube they go. That is a 2 and a 3, so he gets 10 points back.
Whoa, you're looking kind of beefcake, bro.
You're welcome, little friend.
Thanks, mean.
Oh.
Wait, you're not mean.
Nice lady.
I try to be nice.
It was the baguette that really warmed her up.
Lily, does 16 hit you?
Indeed, it does.
9 points of damage that time.
Well, it looks like I need to be healing myself now, friends.
No, Lily.
Does a 14 hit you, Lily?
No.
Yo, stop picking on the
Damn it.
cleric.
No. Rebecca, your turn.
Attacking the one that is Hunter's Mark with a True Strike attack.
Yeah, go for it. You could possibly roll. You got to roll well.
A 9.
That misses as well. Right.
The dice are not being friendly today.
Mine are being fine. Ow. Does a 15 hit you?
Sure does. I'm unmissable.
Well, we know that about you. That's the problem with being so well liked. You're just that type of thing. So damage. 8 points of damage.
Is this Noyak of the Revengers?
You okay,
Just wanted
buddy?
to ask.
Oh yeah, because you got 10 last time. Math. Duh.
Anton.
Okay, I'm gonna switch to a sorceress burst. Also thunders. Hoping that I can upcast this one. Natural 20.
You can't up.
Super tight.
You can't upcast a cantrip.
No. So it's natural 20, right, on a hit, because I did full damage, right? The 1d8. Well, but yeah. So,
No.
anyways, yeah. I know.
Roll 1d8.
Yep. Oh, I got an 8. So I keep going.
Okay.
So that's
Yep.
16 total right now.
Yeah.
Whew. 23 total thunder damage.
Yep. As you do that, you see the ball just go, and little bits of light just dissipates.
I'm going. Let's go. En avant. Lily, you can heal yourself now. Little dude is okay.
Ow, you're up.
I'm gonna turn and I'm gonna hug Lily's leg, like, you're not as mean as I thought. Thank you, and give her heroism.
What does that do?
Gives you 4 temp HP at the beginning of every turn, and you're immune to.
You can't be.
Titans.
You can't be scared. You can't be scared. Lily, it's the start of your turn, so gain 4 temporary hit points.
This makes
Got it.
Sunday stew.
Sorry,
You
trying
got
to
it.
look and see what I would need. I'm gonna do a cure wounds. It's 2d8 plus 6. Yeah.
Oh, damn. Can I also bardically inspire Lily? I've been forgetting all
yeah, you
about
can
my
do
bardic
that.
inspiration.
Yeah, you can do that.
7 plus makes 8, 14. Sweet. I'm good.
You also have a bardic inspiration, Lily. 1d6.
Thank you. Oh, that's an addition.
You can use it
No, it's
whenever.
just it's a bardic inspiration to use it. Yeah.
Got it.
Anything else you're doing, Lily?
Nope, that's it.
2 willows try to bite down on you. 15 and a 19.
I'm tied. I can't remember which one. If I tie,
Yeah.
I lose, right?
Yeah, you lose on that one, unfortunately.
So I lose on both.
Yep. So 9 damage on one and 7 damage on the other.
Well, there
And
goes all that
Rebecca
healing I just did.
But you would, if you didn't heal, you would have been dead by now, wouldn't you?
I would be very dead.
Rebecca, you're up. You're seeing Lily get zapped by these balls of lightning.
I guess attack the one with True Strike. That's Hunter's Mark.
Go for it.
Hopefully This time it hits. It's an 11.
Oh my
You
god.
miss.
Our paladin
man.
is struggling. Maybe it's a paladin thing, because Tim always struggled when he was a paladin too.
Oh, whoa! Easy.
Oh,
God
That's-
dang!
shots fired.
How do,
Shots
how do you
fired.
think? How do you think he became the Lich King? His dice
Oh.
failed on him.
You just hear him
Anton.
go like albacore. Nice. Nice.
Anton, your go.
Okay, there's two will-o-wisps still up. One looking stronger than the other by any chance?
Yep.
I'll go for that guy with a chromatic orb. Still level 1.
Okay.
21.
That hits.
There we go. 14, 17 thunder damage.
Okay, as that one completely dissipates, just like the other one. Al, you're up.
Okay. Well.
Talk
Nothing
shit
I'm
to it,
doing
man.
is working.
Parlez la merde. I think that means
All
talk
right.
shit. I'm not sure.
I mean, the words are right.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna try calm emotions on the one with the most HP. So I guess that'd be the one that's Hunter's marked.
There's only one that's left.
Okay, then that one.
Okay, and what does calm emotions do?
It makes it lose interest in a creature of my choice, which would be Lily. And it's a charisma save of 14. I'm assuming these little bastards don't have good charisma.
I have no idea. I'm just going to look at it now and go. And they don't roll particularly well, though. So you feel that he has lost interest in Lily.
And of course, if it gets damaged or whatever, it goes back to normal.
But there's other targets anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. But Lily's almost dead. So
That's fair. Lily, your turn.
Well, golly gee, I guess I'm gonna heal myself again. I still get the temp HP point, temp
Yep.
HP 4 per round.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll do that first, and then I'm gonna cast another Cure Wound.
Oh. He's okay.
I swear to God, I just had an 8. Where did it go? There it is. 8 plus 6, 14 points for myself.
Ooh.
Nice.
And that's all I got.
Okay. Will-o-Wisp's turn. You see that his two friends have been blown up by this sorcerer that is too
Oh,
full
no,
of
no, no,
himself.
no, 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 no.
He rushes towards there. So Lily and Rebecca gets attack of opportunities.
all right, Rebecca. Give us a roll.
Just cheat this time.
That 20.
There it is.
You hit, Rebecca. Well done.
Let me see. Oh. Is it dinner time? Oh, I'm good.
12 piercing and 5 radiant.
Would you smite a little bit?
No, I have divine favor on my weapon.
Okay, yep. He's looking like he's half colored now. He's a bit dimmed. And Lily,
I'm gonna try for a guiding bolt on him.
you can't cast spells as a attack
Oh.
of opportunity unless you've got Warcaster.
Okay, then I'm gonna smack it with a mace.
Smack it up with a mace. I'm looking at this thing in slow motion as you guys are hitting it like, no!
Only a 12.
Yeah,
That's
you miss,
probably not-
unfortunately.
I'm not good with weapons.
These things look bitey.
Okay. 19 on you, Anton.
Oh man, I just went to D&D Beyond. It keeps shutting off and like turning back on. Can I have 2 seconds? Because I might want to cash with bonus action shield. That gives you.
You do a shield. You can do shielded reaction, and it gives
Then
you 5.
it's mage armor, right? I've got both.
No, you can't use mage armor with your
Okay.
because your draconic armory thing. That's it. You can't increase it with mage armor anymore because you only have 1.
So shield is a reaction though.
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay.
Shield's
Yep.
reaction gives you +5.
So I'm at 19. That still hits.
He rolled a 9.
That
He
still
rolled a
hits.
19.
Ah,
still
fuck it. I'm
hits.
stupid. Just because I'm stupid, I wasted that spell slot. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with my horrible play.
Okay, this one
But I at
rolled
least go,
really well.
"Oh,
So
well, dude,
this one did 12 points of damage to you.
bruh. Man, that wasted a spell slot. Fun. Well, good news, everybody. I have shield on.
Rebecca, it's your turn.
Bonus
Okay.
action, move my hunter's mark over, and then go up and attack it.
Go for it.
Oof, man, this guy really soaked up some spells, eh?
24 to hit.
That one hits that time. Well done. That's a
6 piercing, 3 radiant.
6 piercing. How many radiant?
3 points.
What about your hunter's mark?
Oh wait,
Oh, he would never have told me that. He likes you.
4
Just so you know,
piercing,
he likes you.
2 force, 3 radiant. Because hunter's mark's
How do you want
force
to do
now.
this? Yeah, how do you want to do this? Without the force, you wouldn't have killed it.
Kind of smooth, but like y'all will notice, her hunter's mark manifests from Oz shooting a gust of force wind at the target. So as she hits into it, this like plume of like air just concussively strikes into the will-o-wisps and knocks it out.
That's an early fart, dude.
Yeah, Victoire. That's the new.
Okay. Combat is over. The 3 wisps have dissipated and have vanished off into the ether.
I only have 1 spell slot left.
Yeah, we're taking a nap. I would like to take a nap. Because you can't like investigate a will-o-wisp. They're just like dust, right?
There's
Like,
nothing. Yeah, there's nothing left from a will-o-wisp. No.
I would totally collect that in a video game. There'd be like will-o-wisp dust, and I'd have like 500 packets of it for just in case. Oh, you guys hear the birds again? Very nice.
When
Okay,
you say
give me 2
take a
seconds.
nap, do you mean a long nap or a short nap?
Probably be nice to take a long
Oh,
nap.
like a nice long nap.
Okay, so as you are settling down
Oh,
beneath the ancient willow for the night, the marsh's normal symphony of frogs and night birds is gradually overwhelmed by far, far more disturbing sounds. Tremendous splash echoes across the the water, something massive hitting the surface about 400 or 500 feet away, followed by wet, sliding noises like an enormous body dragging itself through mud. Deep, hollow thumping reverberates through the darkness like a beating of a colossal heart, accompanied by moaning, splintering of word under tremendous strain. Most unsettling of all is the low, wordless singing of something that seems to come from underwater. Sleep. Maybe sleep in the woods is a little bit of an understatement. You guys are a little bit on edge. following a pattern that suggests terrifying intelligence behind the chaos, occasionally echoes from the left and from the right, from different areas. Air pressure shifts with massive movement in the water, making your ears pop, whilst an indescribable smell, ancient and wrong, occasionally drifts on the wind. Only as the dawn approaches do the sounds finally fade, leaving you with the unshakable feeling that you've been observed by something vast and alien that's only allowed you to survive through the night out of curiosity. And at that point, we'll end the session there after your first night in the marshlands.
Well done, bravo.
Put in the Martian marsh,
Bravo.
Saltmarsh.
So is that a long rest?
You have a long rest, of course. You have a long
Yeah,
rest.
we're fully healed. Fantastic, ripped off mustache. We did it.
I'm just annoyed there's one of the guys with Will-O-Wisp didn't get you down because they have a really, really good ability.
Chromatic orb.
When I
is
say
really,
good,
really strong.
no, when I say really good, it's not good for you guys because it's called, they have an ability called Consume Life. I'll leave it as that.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
Just consume life. It's a Constitution saving throw of Mia, because I'm not going to tell you what it is. One living creature that the wisp can see within 5 feet that has 0 hit points. If they fail the saving throw, the creature dies.
Oh,
That's nice.
okay. Well, yeah. Well, that's. As we kind of sit there and.
Looks like there's going to be some spare the dying on that one.
Yes, maybe we were just a little too hasty.
No. You can't use spare the dying when you're dead. You have
I mean, it didn't have to
revivify.
be.
Yeah, we need to be
Revivify
really careful.
or just say
Well, on that happy note.
you are in the bog of nope.
Hey, we can't get level 4. You know what I mean? Just farting around in Saltmarsh. We're gonna have to get some risks.
No, Becca's got to go fart around in the marshes.
Yeah. With the radiant farts.
Bird farts.
Rebecca did have. She's not been very happy with her performance at the start of that encounter. She's having a quiet word of herself about her ability.
Like uneven marsh ground, so I can't get a steady.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, y'all. Good times.
Well done, guys. And no one died. There you go. It's a win.
Yeah.
This close.
We got 24 people still watching. We'll do a nice little raid into GaryCon. But thank you so much, Pete. That was fantastic. What do we got up this week? I think I'll be on Folk and Myth this week. If you guys are going to stick around for them, we're going to do Summer of Siege stuff for Castles and Crusades, which is a fantastic module of Dungeons and Dragons from Troll Lord Games. So if you ever can get a hold of some of that, it's got some sick mechanics.
Tim, you and I are doing Greyhawk on Saturday.
We're doing Greyhawk on Saturday with Lord Gazumba. And this Thursday, we are back. So Wednesday is Castles and Crusades and Folk and Myth. And Thursdays is Castles and Crusades with DM Jeremy from Old Men Rolling Dice. So we got a lot of cool stuff on our channels this week. And then back with Charm on Sunday. Should be fun.
Thank you very much, guys. That was a good game. Enjoyed that.
Yeah, you want to raid over? We got 27, buddy. You want to push the button to GaryCon? Nice, we're out of here.
Sir.
Okay, thanks everybody for watching. Miss you, love you, bye.